Hello, friends, and welcome. Tonight, we're going to travel farther back in time than almost any story you've ever heard. Far beyond the pyramids of Egypt, far beyond the Roman Empire, even beyond the very first villages and farms. We'll journey to a world where there were no cities glowing beneath the night sky, no roads stretching across the countryside, no books waiting on wooden shelves, and no clocks quietly marking the passing hours. Instead, there was only nature. If you're feeling comfortable, take a slow, deep breath. Allow your shoulders to relax, let your jaw become loose. If your eyes aren't already closed, feel free to let them gently drift shut whenever you're ready. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. For the next little while, simply listen, and let history carry you gently towards sleep. Our story begins nearly 1 million years ago. The Earth looks familiar, yet wonderfully different. The sky is the same endless blue that stretches above us today. The sun rises each morning with its warm golden light. The moon quietly watches over the night. The stars sparkle with the same ancient beauty they've always had. But everything beneath those stars is different. There are no skyscrapers, no airplanes crossing the clouds, no glowing smartphones, no humming refrigerators, no coffee shops opening before sunrise. Only endless grasslands, ancient forests, quiet rivers, distant mountains, and countless wild animals moving peacefully across the landscape. The mornings begin slowly. A gentle mist rises from cool streams. Tiny drops of dew rest quietly upon blades of grass. Birds greet the sunrise with soft songs carried by the morning breeze. Far away, elephants move carefully through the trees. Herds of antelope wander across open fields. Zebras graze without hurry. The world feels calm, unrushed, patient. Among all these animals lives a small group of early humans. They don't know they are making history. They aren't inventors. They aren't scientists. They don't dream about changing the world. They simply wake each morning hopping to find enough food before the sun sets once again. Life follows the rhythm of nature. When the sun rises, they wake when the rain falls. They seek shelter when fruit ripens. They gather it when rivers shrink during dry seasons. They move somewhere else. There are no calendars, no schedules, no deadlines, only the changing seasons and the quiet passage of time. For much of the day, everything feels surprisingly peaceful. Children stay close to their families. Adults search patiently for berries, edible roots, seeds, and nuts. Sometimes they discover fresh honey hidden high inside a tree. Sometimes they are lucky enough to find the remains of an animal left behind by larger predators. Nothing is wasted. Everything has value. Every successful day means another day of survival. Yet despite all the beauty surrounding them, night is different, very different. As the afternoon slowly fades into evening, long shadows stretch across the grasslands. The golden light softens, the air becomes cooler. Birdsong grows quieter. Animals begin returning to places where they feel safe. One by one, the sounds of daytime slowly disappear, and then darkness arrives. Not the gentle darkness we know today, softened by streetlights and glowing windows. This is complete darkness. A darkness so deep that even your own hands become difficult to see. The stars shine brilliantly overhead. The Milky Way stretches across the sky like a river of silver. It is breathtakingly beautiful, but it is also unsettling, because hidden within that darkness are creatures perfectly adapted to the night. Lions begin their silent hunt. Hyenas laugh somewhere beyond the hills. Leopards move almost invisibly through ancient trees. Every snapping twig, every whisper of wind, every distant call echoes through the stillness. The small human group gathers close together. There are no campfires, no warm light, no comforting flames, only hope that morning will arrive safely once again. None of them realizes that somewhere beyond the distant hills, a storm is quietly beginning to build. And with that storm, a single bolt of lightning is about to change the story of humanity forever. The afternoon slowly slipped away, almost without anyone noticing. The warm golden sunlight softened into gentle shades of amber, painting the endless grasslands with quiet colors that seemed to glow for just a few peaceful moments before fading into evening. A cool breeze drifted across the open plain. Tall grasses swayed together like slow-moving waves upon a silent sea. Birds that had spent the entire day searching for food now began their journey back toward the safety of the trees. Far in the distance, a family of elephants walked beside a winding river, their enormous footsteps slow, steady, and unhurried. Everything around them seemed to understand that another day was coming to an end. The small group of early humans understood it too. Without speaking many words, they naturally gathered closer together. One by one, they returned from their daily search for food. Someone carried a handful of berries. Another carefully held several edible roots covered with fresh soil. One young hunter proudly brought back a few eggs collected from a hidden nest among the rocks. It wasn't a feast, but it would be enough to quiet hungry stomachs for another night. As they shared their simple meal, the last rays of sunlight slowly disappeared behind distant hills. The sky above transformed into deep shades of blue soon. The very first stars quietly appeared. Unlike the world we know today, there were no city lights to hide them. Every constellation shined with astonishing clarity. Millions upon millions of tiny lights stretched endlessly across the heavens. If you stood there long enough, you might almost believe the sky itself was alive. The children looked upward with quiet curiosity. Perhaps they wondered what those tiny lights truly were. No one knew. There were no astronomers, no telescopes, no books explaining the stars, only imagination. As darkness settled over the land, the air grew noticeably colder. Families huddled close together. Some wrapped themselves in simple animal hides. Others rested against large stones that still held a little warmth from the afternoon sun. Conversation became quieter, not because they wished to sleep, but because every sound mattered somewhere beyond the darkness. A lion called. Its deep roar rolled gently across the grasslands. Moments later, another answered from even farther away. The children instinctively moved closer to the adults. Everyone listened. The night belonged to powerful hunters. For countless generations, humans had learned one important lesson: stay together, stay quiet, stay alert. Above them, soft clouds slowly gathered. At first, no one paid much attention. Clouds were common, rain was common, storms came and went with the changing seasons. But tonight's storm felt different. The wind strengthened ever so slightly. The smell of rain drifted through the cool evening air. Birds became unusually silent. Even the insects seemed to pause their endless songs. The entire landscape felt as though it were holding its breath. A flash of white light suddenly spread across the distant horizon. For just a heartbeat, the entire world became as bright as day. Every tree, every hill, every animal, every face, everything appeared for a single brilliant instant, then vanished once more into darkness. A few seconds later, a deep rumble echoed across the plains, not sharp, not frightening, just slow, powerful, and impossibly distant thunder. The children stared toward the horizon. The adults remained perfectly still. They had witnessed storms before, but nature always deserved respect. The wind continued to grow stronger. Leaves rustled overhead. Branches gently swayed. Then another flash illuminated the clouds, this time brighter, longer. The white light danced across the sky before disappearing beyond the hills. The thunder arrived again, rolling slowly like enormous waves across the land, and then, somewhere far beyond the distant trees, lightning found its target. For a long moment, nothing seemed to happen. The distant hills returned to darkness. The rolling thunder slowly faded away until only the whisper of the evening wind remained. The small group of early humans sat quietly, listening. Rain had not yet reached them. Only the cool breeze carried the fresh scent of wet earth from somewhere beyond the horizon. Children rested close beside their parents. The older members of the group watched the sky with calm, patient eyes. Storms came and went. Nature had always followed its own rhythm. There was no reason to hurry, no reason to panic. Minutes drifted by then. A faint orange glow appeared far away. At first, it was so small that it could easily have been mistaken for another star resting upon the earth. But stars did not grow brighter. This light did slowly, very slowly. The tiny orange glow became larger. It shimmered softly against the darkness. A thin ribbon of gray smoke began to rise into the quiet night sky. The wind gently carried its scent across the open grasslands. It was unlike any smell the group had ever noticed before, warm, dry, strange. The adults looked toward the distant light without speaking. Curiosity quietly replaced uncertainty. The children noticed it too. Tiny fingers pointed toward the glowing horizon. No one understood what they were seeing. There was no word yet for fire, No stories explaining it. No elder who could describe its nature. Only a mysterious light dancing where darkness had ruled only moments before. The orange glow continued to flicker. Sometimes it appeared taller, sometimes smaller. It seemed almost alive. It moved without walking. It reached upward without climbing. It glowed without the sun. Hours passed peacefully. The storm drifted away. The stars slowly returned overhead. Yet the strange light continued to shine. It neither hurried nor rested. It simply danced. As the first soft colors of dawn touched the eastern sky, birds slowly began their morning songs. Cool mist floated above the nearby river. The dangerous night had quietly come to an end. Most mornings began exactly the same. But not this one, today. Something new waited beyond the hills. The adults exchanged quiet glances. After the children had eaten a simple breakfast of berries and roots, several members of the group began walking toward the place where the mysterious light had appeared. They did not rush. Every step was slow and careful. The tall grass brushed gently against their legs as morning sunlight spread across the peaceful landscape. The farther they walked, the stranger the air became. A warm scent drifted through the breeze. The smell of fresh wood mixed with something entirely unfamiliar. Soon, the trees ahead came into view. One enormous tree stood black against the bright morning sky. Its branches were no longer green. Its trunk was dark and cracked. Thin streams of pale smoke still floated upward. The ground beneath it looked different too. Instead of soft green grass, the earth had turned black. Tiny curls of smoke still rose from scattered pieces of wood. Everything felt strangely quiet. Even the birds seemed hesitant to land nearby. The group stopped at a safe distance. No one moved, no one spoke. They simply watched. And for the very first time in human history, they stood face to face with the quiet remains of a fire. The morning air was wonderfully still. Only the soft whisper of the wind moved through the tall grasses surrounding the blackened tree. The small group remained where they were, watching quietly. Nothing about the scene seemed dangerous anymore. The bright flames that had danced through the night were gone. Only thin ribbons of pale gray smoke continued to drift lazily into the clear blue sky. The tree itself looked unlike any tree they had ever seen. Its bark had cracked into dark patterns. Some branches had completely disappeared. Others leaned gently toward the ground, covered in a fine layer of black ash. Everything nearby seemed different. The grass closest to the tree had vanished. Tiny stones felt strangely warm beneath their feet. The earth itself had changed color. One of the older members of the group slowly took a careful step forward, then another. And another. No one tried to stop them. The others simply watched with quiet curiosity. When they reached the edge of the blackened ground, they paused once again. The warmth surprised them. Even though the sun had only recently risen, the earth here already felt warm, not from sunlight, from something else, something hidden beneath the soft gray ash. The elder slowly crouched down. With great care, they picked up a long, fallen branch. Its end had turned completely black. Very gently, they reached toward one of the glowing pieces of wood lying beneath the tree. As the branch touched it, a tiny orange light suddenly appeared. It glowed for only a moment, then faded again. The elder quickly stepped backward. The rest of the group did the same. No one screamed. No one ran. They simply stood still, watching the little orange glow disappear beneath a blanket of gray ash. Several long moments passed. Nothing happened. The forest remained peaceful. A small bird landed on a nearby branch somewhere in the distance. Water flowed quietly over smooth stones. Little by little, fear began giving way to something else. Curiosity. It is one of humanity's oldest companions. The elder stepped forward once more. This time they noticed something remarkable. Although most of the wood looked black and lifeless, one thick branch still carried a faint reddish glow deep inside. It was almost hidden, almost asleep, yet it was still there. A quiet heartbeat of warmth. The elder gently blew across it, softly, slowly, for a second. Nothing changed then. The tiny red glow became brighter. A delicate orange flame appeared no larger than a leaf. It danced quietly in the morning breeze. The group stared in complete silence. The flame seemed alive, moved without legs. It reached upward without hands. It shimmered like sunlight reflected on water, yet unlike the sun. It lived here upon the ground. The elder carefully added a few dry twigs lying nearby for several heartbeats. Nothing happened. Then one twig began to darken. A thread of pale smoke curled upward moments later. Another tiny flame appeared. It spread slowly from one twig to the next. No rushing, no explosion, only gentle movement. The little fire quietly grew stronger. Its warmth reached everyone standing nearby. For the first time in countless generations, humans were not simply watching a wildfire from far away. They were standing beside it, feeling its warmth, watching its quiet dance. No one could possibly know it then. But this peaceful little flame would become one of the greatest companions humanity would ever have. It would light countless nights, cook countless meals, protect countless families, and around its warm, flickering glow, the very first stories would one day be told. The tiny flame continued to dance. It was never in a hurry. Sometimes it leaned gently to one side as the breeze passed by. Then, just as quietly, it stood tall once again. The small group remained gathered around it, keeping a respectful distance. No one reached out to touch it. No one fully understood what it was. Yet something deep inside them seemed to recognize that this strange new discovery deserved patience rather than fear. The warmth slowly spread across the cool morning air. For the first time in many days, the early chill no longer seemed quite so uncomfortable. The children noticed it first. Without thinking, they took a few careful steps closer, not too close, just enough to feel the gentle heat against their faces. A quiet smile appeared on one little face, then another. The adults noticed as well. The warmth felt comforting, not hot, not dangerous, simply pleasant. It was a feeling they had never experienced before on a cool morning. One of the younger hunters quietly placed another dry branch beside the glowing wood. Everyone watched carefully. Would the strange light disappear or would it continue? For several long seconds, nothing happened. The branch rested quietly beside the glowing embers. Then, almost magically, a thin ribbon of smoke began to rise. A tiny crackling sound filled the air, soft, gentle, almost like whispers. Soon, a small orange flame appeared once again, slowly climbing along the dry wood. The group stared with quiet amazement. It wasn't magic, it wasn't alive, yet it could grow, it could spread. It seemed to enjoy dry wood more than green branches. Without realizing it, they had made their very first scientific observation. No one wrote it down. There was no notebook, no classroom, no teacher standing nearby, only careful eyes, patient minds, and nature itself becoming the greatest teacher the world had ever known. As the hours passed, they continued watching. The fire changed color as it burned, bright yellow near the top, deep orange near the middle, glowing red beneath the wood. Gray ash slowly collected underneath. Everything happened slowly enough to notice, slowly enough to remember. The elder picked up two different sticks. One was fresh and green. The other had fallen from a dead tree many months before. The green branch produced thick smoke but very little flame. The dry branch burned much more easily. Another quiet lesson. Another small piece of knowledge. Perhaps no one spoke about these discoveries in words. Perhaps they simply watched, repeated the same actions, and remembered knowledge did not arrive all at once. It arrived one peaceful observation at a time, one afternoon, one season, one generation at a time. As the sun climbed higher into the clear blue sky, the warmth of the fire became less important than another surprising discovery. The smoke. Tiny insects that had been buzzing around the group all morning slowly drifted away. The smoke seemed to keep them at a distance. Flies landed less often. Mosquitoes became harder to find. Even curious animals appeared unwilling to come too close. The smoke gently carried its message through the forest. Something unusual was here, something worth avoiding. The humans could not have known it then. But this quiet companion offered more than warmth. It offered comfort, protection, and perhaps, for the very first time, a place where people could simply sit together without constantly looking over their shoulders. As evening slowly approached once again, the group made a decision that would quietly change the future forever. They would not leave this mysterious gift behind. Instead, they would try to take a small piece of it home. The decision was made without words. No one stood before the group to give a speech. There were no leaders raising their voices. No plans were drawn upon the ground. Instead, everyone simply understood. This strange new gift was too valuable to leave behind. The fire had offered warmth. It had frightened away curious animals. Its gentle smoke had carried insects into the distance. And perhaps most surprising of all, it had made everyone feel calm. not completely safe. The wild world was still filled with danger, but somehow, standing near the quiet glow of the fire made the night seem just a little less frightening. The elder slowly searched the ground. Among the blackened branches lay a thick piece of wood that was still glowing deep inside. Its surface looked dark and quiet. But hidden beneath the ash, tiny red embers still breathed softly, almost like the slow heartbeat of the earth itself. The elder gently lifted the branch. Everyone watched carefully. A few glowing sparks floated upward into the cool evening air before disappearing among the trees. The branch was heavy. It smelled of smoke and warm wood, yet it continued to glow. One younger member of the group walked ahead, clearing a safe path through the tall grass. Another gathered long, dry sticks along the way. Without realizing it, they were already learning one of fire's greatest lessons. A flame could not survive alone. It needed care. It needed attention. It needed someone willing to watch over it. The journey home was slow, very slow. No one hurried. Every few minutes, the elder paused. A small dry twig was placed against the glowing branch. Sometimes nothing happened. Sometimes a tiny orange flame appeared for only a few moments before settling back into glowing embers. Each time it did, quiet smiles spread across the faces of the group. Hope was beginning to replace uncertainty. As the sun slowly slipped toward the horizon, they finally reached the place where they usually rested for the night. Children who had remained behind noticed the glowing branch immediately. Their eyes widened with wonder. They had never seen anything like it. The adults carefully chose a place away from dry grass. They cleared away leaves and loose branches. Then very gently, they placed the glowing wood upon a circle of bare earth surrounded by smooth stones. For a moment, nothing happened. The glowing ember seemed almost asleep. The elder knelt beside it. With slow, steady breaths, they gently blew across the glowing wood. The ember brightened. A soft orange light appeared once more. Another handful of dry twigs was carefully added. The tiny flame returned. It danced quietly in the growing darkness. One by one, every face around the circle became softly illuminated. Warm golden light replaced deep shadows. The children stared in complete amazement. The adults stretched out their hands toward the comforting warmth. No one spoke. There was no need. The crackling sound of burning wood filled the silence like a peaceful song. Above them, thousands of stars slowly appeared across the endless sky. But tonight felt different from every night before. For the first time, the darkness no longer belonged entirely to the wilderness. A small circle of gentle light now belonged to them. And though none of them could possibly imagine it, this little campfire would become the beginning of countless evenings like this. Families would gather beside glowing flames. Stories would be shared. Laughter would echo beneath the stars. Children would learn from their elders. And generation after generation, the warm light of fire would quietly become the heart of every human home. The first spark had not only brought warmth, it had brought people closer together. And that gentle glow, flickering beneath the ancient stars, would never truly disappear from the story of humanity. The little fire burned quietly through the evening. No one wanted to wander far from it. It had become the center of the camp without anyone deciding that it should. The circle of warm light reached only a few steps into the darkness, but those few steps felt wonderfully comforting. Beyond the glow, the wilderness remained exactly as it had always been. Tall grass whispered softly in the breeze. The stars stretched endlessly across the sky. Somewhere in the distance, a lone hyena called into the night. Its familiar laugh echoed across the open plain before slowly fading away. Normally, a sound like that would make everyone tense. Heads would turn. Eyes would search the darkness. Children would move closer to their parents. But tonight was different. The fire crackled gently. Its warm light flickered across the faces gathered around it. For reasons they could not yet explain, the group felt calmer than they had ever felt after sunset. The flames seemed to create a small island of peace in a vast and untamed world. One young child reached toward the warmth, stopping just far enough away to feel the gentle heat on small hands. The child smiled. An older woman quietly pulled the little one back just a little farther, protecting curious fingers from getting too close. Even without words, lessons were already being passed from one generation to the next. The fire was a friend. But like many good things in nature, it deserved respect. As the hours drifted by, the group noticed something else. Predators stayed away. The glowing light and curling smoke seemed to make even the boldest hunters hesitate. A pair of curious eyes appeared briefly beyond the edge of the grass. Perhaps a jackal, perhaps a leopard. The animal watched for only a few moments before silently disappearing back into the darkness. The humans never knew exactly what had been there. And perhaps it was better that way. The mystery of the night remained part of its quiet beauty. Above them, the moon slowly climbed higher into the sky. Its pale silver light mixed gently with the warm orange glow of the fire. The two lights could not have been more different. The moon offered cool beauty from far above. The fire offered gentle comfort close to the earth. Together, they turned an ordinary night into something unforgettable. The elder quietly added another dry branch. The flames rose a little higher. Tiny sparks floated upward, drifting into the night like glowing stars searching for the heavens. The children watched every spark until it disappeared. Perhaps they wondered where those little lights were going. Perhaps they imagined they were joining the stars overhead. No one can know for certain, but it is easy to imagine that this was one of the first moments in history when humans simply sat together. Not because they were searching for food, not because they were escaping danger, but because it felt peaceful to do so. There was time to rest, time to observe, time to think, and maybe, for the very first time, time to dream. The fire did far more than warm their bodies. It gently slowed the rhythm of life. It invited people to remain together after sunset. It created quiet evenings where stories, memories, and simple moments of togetherness could begin to grow, long before books, long before schools, long before history was ever written. The world's very first classroom may have been nothing more than a small circle of people sitting peacefully around a glowing fire beneath an endless sky. The night grew quieter with each passing hour. The wind that had wandered across the grasslands during the evening slowly settled into stillness. Even the insects seemed to sing more softly now, as if they, too, had become sleepy beneath the endless blanket of stars. The little fire continued its gentle dance. Its flames were smaller than before, no longer reaching high into the darkness. Instead, they flickered peacefully above glowing red embers that pulsed with quiet warmth. Every now and then, a tiny piece of wood shifted, a soft crack, a gentle pop. A shower of tiny golden sparks floated upward before disappearing into the cool night air. No one jumped at the sound anymore. Already, the group was beginning to understand the language of the fire. The crackling did not mean danger. It was simply the sound of dry wood slowly becoming ash. The children, who had spent the entire day exploring the strange new wonder, were becoming sleepy. One by one, they rested their heads against their mothers and fathers. Tiny eyes grew heavier. The warmth of the fire wrapped around them like a soft blanket. It was different from sleeping in the cold darkness. The air felt kinder. The ground no longer seemed quite so harsh. For perhaps the first time in countless generations, sleep came with a small sense of comfort. The adults remained awake a little longer, not because they feared the darkness as much as before, but because they were fascinated. The flames never stopped moving. They curled around each piece of wood with graceful patience. Sometimes they glowed bright orange, sometimes golden yellow, sometimes they became almost invisible, leaving only quiet red embers that seemed to breathe beneath a blanket of white ash. One elder reached carefully toward a piece of wood resting near the edge of the fire. Using a long stick, they gently rolled it closer to the glowing center. Within moments, the dull wood slowly awakened. First came a thin ribbon of smoke, then a faint orange glow. Finally, a gentle flame appeared once more. Everyone watched closely. Another lesson: the fire needed food. Without dry wood, it slowly became weaker. With care and patience, it grew strong again. It was not unlike life itself. Everything living required attention. Plants needed rain, animals needed water, people needed food. And now, they discovered that fire also needed to be cared for. Perhaps that simple realization changed something deep within the human mind. For the first time, they were not simply surviving in nature. They were nurturing something, protecting it, helping it continue. As midnight quietly passed, the stars wheeled slowly across the heavens. The familiar constellations moved almost unnoticed from one side of the sky to the other. The moon climbed higher before beginning its slow journey downward once again. Time itself seemed to move more gently beside the fire. No one counted the hours. No one measured the night. There was only the peaceful rhythm of glowing embers, soft breathing, and the quiet heartbeat of the ancient world. Far beyond the circle of light, the wilderness carried on as it always had. Lions hunted beneath the stars. Owls glided silently through the trees. Hyenas wandered across the open plains. But inside that warm circle of orange light, a different story had begun. It was the story of people learning not only how to live in the world, but how to make a small part of the world feel like home. As the deepest hours of the night quietly passed, the little campfire settled into a peaceful rhythm. The tall flames that had danced so brightly during the evening had grown smaller now. Only a gentle glow remained. The embers shimmered softly beneath a blanket of fine gray ash, like tiny stars resting upon the earth. Every so often, a thin flame would rise for just a moment, gently stretching upward before disappearing once again. It was almost as if the fire itself were breathing, slowly, calmly, peacefully. Around it, the sleeping group rested more comfortably than they ever had before. Some lay wrapped in simple animal hides. Others slept with their backs resting against smooth stones that still held a little warmth from the day. Children dreamed quietly beside their parents. The warmth of the fire reached every member of the group, not enough to make the night hot, just enough to take away the sharp chill that usually arrived before dawn. For countless generations, cold had simply been accepted as part of life. Tonight, for the very first time, humans discovered that nature could be gently changed, not conquered, not controlled, simply guided. The elder remained awake, not because there was danger nearby, but because the glowing embers were too precious to leave unattended. Every now and then, another small branch was placed upon the fire. Never too many, never too few, just enough to keep the quiet glow alive until morning. Without realizing it, the elder had become the world's very first fire keeper. It was a simple responsibility, yet an important one. If the fire faded away completely, another lightning storm might not arrive for weeks, or perhaps even months. Keeping the fire alive meant keeping warmth alive, keeping comfort alive, keeping hope alive. The stars continued their slow journey across the heavens. One by one, familiar constellations drifted toward the western horizon. The moon sank lower. The darkness became softer. Soon, the first signs of dawn began to appear. Not sunlight, not yet. Just the faintest hint of silver spreading across the eastern sky. Birds stirred quietly among the branches. A gentle breeze returned. The world seemed to awaken one peaceful breath at a time. As the first rays of sunlight finally reached the camp, something remarkable became clear. The fire was still alive. Tiny red embers continued to glow beneath the ash. The elder smiled quietly. There was no celebration, no cheering, only quiet satisfaction. They had done it. They had carried fire through an entire night. The children woke slowly. One little boy rubbed his sleepy eyes before looking toward the glowing embers. His face filled with wonder all over again. To him, this magical warmth had always been there. He would grow up remembering fire as a normal part of life. He would teach his own children how to care for it. And they would teach theirs, generation after generation, century after century. The memory of this first quiet success would never be written in stone. No ancient scroll would record it. No king would claim the achievement. Yet it may have been one of the greatest turning points in all of human history, because from this simple morning onward, the world would never again be quite as dark as it had been before. And somewhere beneath the warm glow of a humble little fire, the long story of civilization had taken its very first gentle step forward. The morning unfolded slowly. There was no rush, no bells announcing the start of a new day. No busy streets filling with people on their way to work. Only the quiet rhythm of nature, just as it had been for countless generations. The first rays of sunlight stretched gently across the open grasslands, turning every blade of dew-covered grass into tiny points of sparkling light. A cool breeze wandered through the trees. Birds welcomed the morning with soft, familiar songs. Far away, a family of elephants crossed a shallow river, their enormous feet sending gentle ripples across the still water. The world seemed peaceful, almost unchanged. And yet, everything had changed. At the center of the camp, beneath a blanket of pale gray ash, the little fire still rested. Its flames were gone for the moment, but deep inside, hidden from view, tiny embers continued to glow patiently, quietly, almost as if they were waiting. The elder slowly knelt beside the ashes. With a long, dry stick, they carefully moved the ash aside. A faint red glow appeared, small, gentle, steady. The children gathered nearby, watching with wide, curious eyes. One by one, the adults also stepped closer. No one spoke. There was something strangely peaceful about watching the glowing embers. The elder placed a handful of dry grass beside the warm coals. Nothing happened. A few moments passed. Then, with one slow, careful breath, the elder blew softly across the embers. The gray ash stirred. The tiny red glow brightened. A thin ribbon of smoke curled lazily into the morning air. Another gentle breath. This time the dry grass began to darken. The smoke grew thicker, and then, almost without warning, a tiny golden flame appeared. It was small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. Yet everyone watched it as though it were the most remarkable thing they had ever seen. Because perhaps it was, the little flame grew stronger. Dry twigs were added one at a time, never hurried, never carelessly. The fire slowly returned to life. Its warm light danced across smiling faces. Its familiar crackling sound filled the quiet camp once again. Another lesson had been learned. Fire did not need lightning every day. It could sleep beneath the ashes, and with patience, with care, it could awaken again. That simple discovery may have changed everything. From that day forward, people no longer depended entirely upon storms. As long as someone protected the glowing embers, the fire could travel with them, across rivers, through forests, over hills, into places no human family had ever called home before. The little campfire was no longer just a gift from nature. It had become a trusted companion, a quiet friend, one that asked only for dry wood, gentle care, and a little patience in return for warmth, light, and comfort. Perhaps no one around that fire understood the true importance of what they had discovered. How could they? They were simply living another ordinary morning, looking for food, watching children play, listening to birds sing. Yet history often changes in the quietest moments, not during great celebrations, not beneath shining crowns, but beside a humble fire, on an ordinary morning, shared by ordinary people whose names have long been forgotten. And somehow, that makes their story even more beautiful. As the sun climbed a little higher into the bright blue sky, life slowly returned to its familiar rhythm. The children wandered only a short distance from the camp, laughing quietly as they searched for smooth stones, colorful feathers, and oddly shaped pieces of wood. The adults spread out across the nearby landscape, gathering berries, edible roots, and fresh water from the river. But unlike every day before, someone always remained behind. The fire was never left alone. It had quietly become the most valuable thing the group possessed, not because it could be held in the hand, not because it could be traded, but because it offered something that had once seemed impossible: comfort. Every so often, the person watching over the fire gently added another dry branch. The flames responded almost immediately, stretching upward with a soft crackle before settling back into their peaceful dance. There was no need to hurry. Fire seemed to enjoy patience. It rewarded careful hands and calm attention. Perhaps that is why it fits so naturally into the slow rhythm of early human life. Hours passed peacefully. The warm afternoon breeze carried the sweet scent of wild flowers through the camp. Butterflies drifted lazily from one blossom to another. Small birds landed nearby without fear, singing cheerful melodies that echoed gently across the open plain. The fire burned quietly through it all, steady, faithful, reliable. By late afternoon, the hunters returned. They had been fortunate. Working together, they had managed to bring back a small antelope. It was not a great feast, but it would provide enough food for everyone. In the past, the meat would have been eaten raw, tough, chewy, sometimes difficult to digest. Today would be different. The elder looked thoughtfully at the glowing fire. No one spoke. There were no recipes, no cooking pots, no instructions passed down through generations, only curiosity. A small piece of meat was carefully placed on the end of a long green branch. Slowly, very slowly, It was held near the glowing coals, not directly in the tallest flames, just close enough to feel the warmth. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then a wonderful aroma began to drift into the air. It was rich, warm, completely unfamiliar. The children lifted their heads. Even those gathering berries nearby noticed the new smell. The adults exchanged curious glances. The outside of the meat slowly changed color. Tiny drops of juice shimmered in the sunlight. The sizzling sound was soft and gentle, almost like rain falling upon distant leaves. No one had ever smelled anything quite like it before. The elder waited patiently. There was no clock to watch, no timer counting the minutes, only careful observation. When the meat finally seemed ready, it was allowed to cool for a few moments. Then, with great curiosity, the elder took a small bite. Silence filled the camp. Everyone waited. The elder chewed slowly, thoughtfully. Then, without saying a word, a quiet smile appeared. One by one, others tasted the cooked meat. It was softer, warmer, easier to chew. Its flavor was deeper and richer than anything they had experienced before. No one realized it that afternoon. But another great chapter in human history had quietly begun. Fire was no longer only a source of warmth. It had become the world's very first kitchen. And beneath the endless African sky, beside a humble little campfire, the simple act of cooking would begin changing the human story forever. One peaceful meal at a time. The evening returned with its familiar calm. The golden light of the afternoon slowly melted into shades of amber and rose, painting the distant hills with colors so soft they seemed almost unreal. The group gathered once again around the fire. By now, the little circle of glowing light was beginning to feel familiar. It no longer seemed mysterious. It felt welcoming, comforting, almost like another member of the family. The hunters quietly shared the cooked meat with everyone. No one hurried. Meals in the ancient world were never rushed. Every bite was appreciated. Every mouthful was earned through patience, cooperation, and a little bit of good fortune. The children smiled as they tasted the warm food. It was easier to chew than before. Even the oldest members of the group found it gentler on their teeth. No one understood the science behind it. They did not know about proteins or bacteria. They had never heard words like nutrition or digestion. Yet they knew one simple truth: the food tasted better, and afterward, their bodies felt stronger. Perhaps that simple observation was enough. Not every great discovery begins with an explanation. Sometimes it begins with a feeling, a quiet realization that something is simply better. As darkness slowly settled across the land once more, the fire became brighter against the deep blue evening sky. Its warm glow stretched across the ground, chasing away the shadows that had once ruled every night. The children sat closer than they had the night before. They no longer stared at the flames with uncertainty. Instead, they watched them with quiet fascination. One little girl noticed that every flame moved differently. Some danced quickly, others swayed gently. Some disappeared only to return again a moment later. It was almost like watching tiny golden dancers performing a silent ballet. The adults noticed something else. Smoke drifted upward in graceful ribbons before disappearing into the cool night air. As it rose, it carried the scent of burning wood throughout the surrounding landscape. The smell became strangely comforting. Years later, generations later, thousands upon thousands of years later, that familiar scent would still remind people of warmth, family, and home. Even today, many people find something deeply peaceful about the smell of a campfire. Perhaps those feelings began on evenings very much like this one. The stars slowly appeared overhead, one by one, then dozens, then hundreds. Soon the entire sky glittered like a river of tiny diamonds. Without electric lights to dim their beauty, the heavens seemed almost endless. The fire reflected in curious young eyes as children looked from the glowing embers to the brilliant stars above. Tiny lights below, tiny lights above. Both filled the night with wonder. An elder quietly picked up a long stick and gently traced simple shapes into the soft earth beside the fire. Perhaps they were showing the children where to find water. Perhaps they were remembering the path to distant hunting grounds. Or perhaps they were simply drawing because the quiet evening invited peaceful thoughts. No one can know for certain. But many historians believe that evenings around campfires gave humans something they had rarely enjoyed before: time time to observe, time to remember, time to imagine. Without the fire, darkness had always ended the day now. Darkness became the beginning of something new, a place for stories, a place for learning. A place where one generation could quietly pass its wisdom to the next. And although the people sitting around that little fire could never have imagined it, every classroom, every library, every university, and every great scientific discovery still lay hidden within that first peaceful circle of warm, flickering light. The fire had become part of everyday life, not all at once, not in a single dramatic moment, but quietly, patiently, one peaceful evening after another. Each sunrise began with the same gentle routine. Before anyone wandered away to gather food or search for fresh water, someone would kneel beside the fire. The thick blanket of cool gray ash looked almost lifeless. To an unfamiliar eye, it appeared as though the fire had completely disappeared during the night. But the elder knew better. Very carefully, they moved the ash aside with a smooth stick. Hidden beneath the surface, tiny embers still glowed with a deep crimson light. Small, silent, steady. Like the slow heartbeat of the earth itself. The children loved to watch this morning ritual. Every day it felt almost magical. The elder would place a handful of dry grass over the glowing embers. Then a few thin twigs. Nothing happened. For a moment everything remained perfectly still. Then came a gentle breath, just one, soft and patient. The grass began to smoke. Another slow breath. The smoke thickened. Then, almost as if it had simply awakened from a peaceful dream, a tiny golden flame appeared once again. Every morning it was the same quiet miracle. The children smiled every time. Even the adults never seemed to grow tired of watching it. Soon the campfire was alive again. Its familiar warmth spread gently through the cool morning air. Breakfast became easier. Cold mornings became kinder. Life became just a little more comfortable. As the seasons slowly changed, the group noticed something remarkable. The nights were no longer their greatest fear, of course. The wilderness was still wild. Lions still hunted beneath the stars. Hyenas still wandered across the grasslands. Storms still rolled across the sky without warning. Nature had not changed. But people had. The fire had given them confidence. Instead of hurrying to sleep the moment darkness arrived, families now lingered together. Children played quietly near the warmth. Hunters spoke softly about the day's journey. Elders watched the dancing flames with thoughtful eyes. Long silences were no longer empty. They were peaceful. Sometimes no one spoke for many minutes at all. The only sounds were the gentle crackling of wood, the whisper of the evening breeze, and the quiet breathing of people who finally felt, if only for a little while, at home. Perhaps this was when another extraordinary thing began to happen. Around the fire, memories became stories. A hunter might point toward the distant hills and slowly act out the chase of a great antelope. Children watched with wide eyes. The next evening, one of those children repeated the story for someone younger. The details changed a little. A few new gestures were added. The story grew richer. Generation after generation, these simple tales traveled across time, long before paper, long before ink, long before history books. Human knowledge survived because people gathered around warm fires and shared what they remembered. The fire did more than cook food. It protected ideas. It gave memories a place to live. And though those early storytellers could never have imagined it, every history book, every bedtime story, every legend, and perhaps even this very story you are listening to tonight, may trace its roots back to those quiet evenings beneath an ancient sky, when the first gentle flames invited humanity to slow down, sit together, and simply listen. As the weeks quietly turned into months, and the months gently became seasons, the little group no longer thought of the fire as something unusual. It had become part of life, as natural as the sunrise, as familiar as the flowing river nearby. Every morning, someone greeted the glowing embers before greeting anyone else. Every evening, everyone gathered around the warm circle of light without even thinking about it. It simply felt right. Perhaps that is one of the quietest ways history changes. Not through loud celebrations, not through grand announcements, but through small habits that become part of everyday life. The children who had once stared at the flames with wide eyes were growing older now. To them, the fire was not a miracle. It was normal. They had never known a world without its warmth, One little boy had learned exactly which sticks burned the longest. He would wander through the nearby forest, carefully choosing dry branches that had fallen many weeks before. Fresh green wood still clung to life. It hissed and smoked, but old wood burned slowly, steadily, and with a comforting glow. No one had taught him this with words. He had learned simply by watching. Another young girl had discovered something else. After every fire, soft gray ash remained behind. One morning, after a gentle rain, she noticed that the ash mixed with water into a smooth paste. Curiously, she touched it with one finger. It felt cool, soft, different from ordinary soil. She smiled quietly before washing her hand in the nearby stream. It was a tiny observation, easy to forget. Yet human history is filled with discoveries just like that, simple moments, small questions, gentle curiosity, again and again. Every generation noticed something the generation before had overlooked. The fire was becoming more than a source of warmth. It was becoming a teacher. Every day, it quietly offered another lesson to anyone patient enough to observe. Sometimes it taught that dry grass caught fire quickly. Sometimes it showed that thick logs burned far longer than thin branches. Sometimes it reminded everyone that a careless step could scatter glowing embers into dry leaves. Mistakes became lessons. Lessons became wisdom. Wisdom became tradition. One peaceful afternoon, dark clouds once again gathered over the distant hills. A gentle breeze swept across the open grasslands. Birds flew lower than usual. The scent of approaching rain filled the air. The children looked nervously toward the sky. Months earlier, such a storm might have meant losing the precious fire forever. But not now. The elder calmly smiled. Without rushing, several people gathered large pieces of bark. Others carried flat stones. Together, they carefully protected the glowing embers from the coming rain. When the first drops finally began to fall, the fire grew smaller. But it did not disappear. Steam rose gently into the cool afternoon air. Rain tapped softly against leaves. Thunder rolled across the distant mountains. Yet beneath its simple shelter, the little fire patiently waited. When the storm finally passed, the elder gently pushed aside the damp bark, hidden beneath the ash. Tiny red embers were still glowing. The children laughed with quiet delight. The fire had survived, not because of luck, but because people had learned how to care for it. That evening, as fresh flames once again reached toward the darkening sky, the group sat together beneath countless shining stars. None of them could know that this simple knowledge, how to protect a small glowing ember through wind and rain, would one day help human families cross frozen mountains, sail across vast oceans, and eventually build civilizations that would light entire cities. For now, however, it was enough simply to enjoy the warmth, listen to the gentle crackle of burning wood, and watch the ancient stars drift silently across the peaceful night sky. The years passed so quietly that no one noticed them slipping away. There were no calendars hanging on the walls, no birthdays to celebrate, no clocks to remind anyone that another hour had gone by. Time was measured differently. The return of the rainy season, the ripening of sweet berries, the migration of distant herds, the cool mornings of winter, the warm evenings of summer, nature became the only calendar anyone would ever need. The children who had once sat beside the fire with wide, curious eyes were no longer children. They had grown taller, stronger, more confident. Now they were the ones collecting dry branches before sunset. Now they were the ones carefully brushing away the ashes each morning to uncover the glowing embers hidden beneath. Without realizing it, they had become teachers, and somewhere nearby, a new generation watched them just as carefully as they had once watched their own elders. Nothing was written down. There were no lessons carved into stone. No classroom stood beneath the trees. The classroom was the campfire. The teacher was experience. And every evening the fire quietly repeated the same gentle lesson. Pay attention, be patient, care for what keeps you warm. One calm afternoon, the youngest children gathered beside the river while several adults searched for food nearby. One little boy found two smooth stones resting beneath the clear water. He picked them up and tapped them together, click, click, click. The sound echoed softly through the still afternoon air. He smiled. The sound amused him again. Click, click. A tiny bright spark flashed between the stones. It lasted only the smallest fraction of a second, so quickly that he almost wondered if he had imagined it. He tried again. Another tiny spark appeared. The little boy laughed quietly. To him, it was only an interesting game. The adults paid little attention. After all, tiny sparks came and went without consequence. No flame appeared. No smoke rose into the air. Yet history often begins with moments so small that almost no one notices them. Thousands of years would pass before people truly learned how to create fire from stone alone. That discovery still lay far in the future. But perhaps, just perhaps, the first seeds of that great idea had already been planted. One curious child, two ordinary stones, one tiny spark. Sometimes history whispers long before it speaks. As the sun slowly drifted toward the western horizon, everyone returned to camp carrying the day's simple treasures: fresh berries, edible roots, clean water, dry branches for the evening fire. The elder smiled quietly while watching the growing pile of firewood. It was larger than yesterday, without anyone asking them. The children had begun collecting wood on their own. The habit had become part of life. Fire was no longer a mysterious visitor borrowed from a lightning storm. It had become a responsibility shared by everyone. As darkness gently settled across the grasslands once more, the familiar campfire sprang back to life. Its warm glow welcomed each member of the group home. One by one, they gathered around the comforting circle of light. The youngest children rested against their parents. The hunters quietly shared stories of the day's journey. The elders listened with peaceful smiles. Above them, the stars shone as brightly as they always had. Below them, another little fire burned with quiet patience. Two lights, one in the heavens, one upon the earth. And between them sat a family, completely unaware that they were slowly changing the future of the human race. One calm evening at a time, another peaceful season came and went. The rains arrived gently, covering the grasslands in fresh shades of green. Small streams that had almost disappeared during the dry months began flowing once again, their quiet waters sparkling beneath the warm African sun. Flowers opened across the open plains. Butterflies drifted lazily from blossom to blossom. Birdsong filled the mornings with soft melodies that echoed through the ancient trees. The world seemed full of quiet life. The little group continued their gentle routine, rising with the sunrise and resting beneath the stars. Some mornings were spent gathering berries. Others were devoted to searching for roots hidden beneath the rich soil. The hunters followed the tracks of antelope with remarkable patience, moving silently through the tall grass as they had learned from those who came before them. Yet no matter where the day carried them, their thoughts always returned to one place: the campfire. It waited faithfully at the center of their home. Every evening its warm glow welcomed them back. One afternoon, while exploring a nearby hillside, two young hunters noticed something unusual. A large tree had fallen many months earlier. Its trunk rested quietly upon the forest floor, covered with soft green moss and tiny mushrooms. As they examined the fallen tree, one of them gently pushed against it. To their surprise, the wood crumbled easily beneath his hands. It was dry, very dry. They broke off several thick pieces and carried them back to camp. That evening, they placed one of the old branches onto the fire. The difference became clear almost immediately. The wood caught slowly but burned for a very long time. The flames remained calm and steady. The glowing embers lasted well into the night. The elder smiled with quiet satisfaction. Another lesson had been learned. Not all wood was the same. Some branches burned quickly, filling the air with bright flames before disappearing into ash. Others burned slowly, giving gentle warmth hour after hour, without notebooks, without experiments, without even realizing it. The first careful observations of natural materials were quietly taking shape. This was science in its earliest form, not inside a laboratory, but beneath an open sky, guided only by curiosity, patience, and careful observation. The children watched closely as the adults sorted the wood into small piles: thin twigs for starting the fire, medium branches for growing the flames, large logs for keeping warmth through the night. Soon, everyone in the group understood the pattern. No one gave a lecture. No one memorized rules. They simply watched, repeated, remembered. As the days passed, another wonderful discovery slowly emerged. The ash left behind by the fire did more than mark where the flames had been. After heavy rain, the ground where ash had fallen seemed softer, different. Some small green plants appeared there more quickly than in other places. Of course, no one understood why. The science of minerals and nutrients lay thousands of years in the future. But nature was already offering gentle clues. Every day, the fire quietly revealed another small secret to anyone willing to notice. And so, beneath the endless sky of prehistoric Africa, humanity continued its slow and patient education. There were no exams, no grades, no certificates, only observation, only experience. Only countless peaceful evenings spent beside a warm fire, listening to the crackling wood, watching the glowing embers and learning, one quiet discovery at a time. The quiet rhythm of life continued. One sunrise gently followed another. The seasons turned with unhurried grace, and the little camp beside the river slowly became something more than just a place to sleep. It became a home, not a home built from stone or wood, not a home marked on any map, but a home created by familiar faces, shared routines, and the comforting glow of a fire that never seemed far away. Every evening, as the golden sunlight faded behind the distant hills, the same gentle ritual unfolded. Someone gathered the driest branches. Someone else arranged smooth stones around the fire. Another carefully brushed away yesterday's ash to uncover the glowing embers hidden beneath. The children no longer watched in amazement. They joined in. A little girl carefully carried a bundle of thin twigs almost as long as she was tall. A young boy proudly returned with a thick fallen branch balanced across his shoulders. The adults smiled quietly. No praise was needed. The children were learning simply by being part of the moment. As darkness settled over the grasslands, the familiar flames rose into the evening air. Their warm light reached every face gathered around the circle. The crackling sound blended gently with the distant calls of night birds. Smell of dry wood drifted upward, carried away by the cool breeze. It was a scent that spoke of comfort, of safety, of another peaceful night together. One elder slowly looked around the circle. There were young faces, older faces, tiny children sleeping against their mothers, hunters quietly sharpening simple stone tools, gatherers gently sorting berries into small piles. Everyone had a place, everyone had a purpose. And at the center of it all, the fire burned patiently. It asked for nothing more than care. In return, it gave warmth, light, cooked food, and precious time together. Many thousands of years later, historians would wonder what truly separated humans from every other creature on Earth. Some would point to language, others to tools, others still to imagination. But perhaps one quiet answer could also be found here, in the gentle glow of a shared campfire. Because around the fire, people stayed together longer. They observed one another. They shared experiences. Children learned without realizing they were learning. Ideas passed from one mind to another, not quickly, not perfectly, but steadily, like the slow-burning logs resting upon glowing embers. Tonight, after everyone had finished eating, no one hurried away to sleep. Instead, they simply sat together watching the flames, listening to the breeze, feeling grateful for a warmth that their ancestors had never known. Above them, countless stars continued their silent journey across the heavens. Below them, another tiny star burned quietly upon the earth. It was small, fragile, easy to lose if neglected, yet with patience and kindness it could survive through another night, and another, just as knowledge itself survives, passed carefully from one generation to the next, protected, shared, never rushed. And so the little fire continued to burn beneath the ancient African sky, quietly lighting not only the darkness around it, but the long and remarkable path that humanity would follow for hundreds of thousands of years to come. The fire had now become something more than a source of warmth, without anyone planning it, without anyone giving it a name. It had quietly become the heart of the camp. Every path seemed to lead back to it. Every evening ended beside it. Every new day began with it. When people returned from gathering berries, they walked toward the fire. When hunters came home after following animal tracks across the wide grasslands, they walked toward the fire. When children grew tired after a day of exploring, they rested beside the fire. It was always there, steady, patient, waiting. One calm afternoon, An elderly woman sat beside the glowing embers while gently shaping a smooth piece of wood with a sharp stone. She worked slowly. There was no reason to hurry. Each careful movement removed only the smallest shaving of wood. Nearby, a young girl watched with quiet fascination. She noticed how the elder chose the strongest part of the branch, how she turned it carefully in her hands, how she patiently removed rough edges until the wood felt smooth and comfortable to hold. No lesson was spoken aloud. No instructions were given. The child simply watched and remembered. Perhaps this was one of humanity's oldest traditions, learning by observing. Generation after generation, around the warmth of a shared fire. As the afternoon stretched toward evening, a gentle breeze carried the scent of rain from the distant hills. Dark clouds gathered slowly above the horizon. The hunters looked toward the sky. They had seen this many times before. Rain would arrive before long. Without a word, everyone quietly began preparing. The children gathered extra firewood. The adults moved larger logs closer to the fire. Flat stones were placed around the glowing embers to help protect them from the wind. Large pieces of bark were set aside, ready to shelter the fire if the rain became heavy. Everything happened calmly. There was no panic. Months ago, such a storm might have filled the camp with worry now. It was simply another part of life. The first raindrops arrived just before sunset, soft, gentle, cool against the warm earth. The smell of fresh rain mixed beautifully with the familiar scent of burning wood. Steam rose quietly where drops touched the hot stones surrounding the fire. Children smiled as they watched the tiny white clouds appear and disappear. The flames grew smaller, but they did not vanish. Protected by careful hands and thoughtful preparation, the glowing heart of the camp continued to burn. The elder looked around the circle with quiet satisfaction. Everyone had helped. Everyone understood their role. Fire was no longer the responsibility of one person. It belonged to the entire family. Perhaps that was its greatest gift. It did not simply bring warmth, it brought people together. It encouraged cooperation. It rewarded patience. It reminded everyone that some of life's most valuable things survive only when they are cared for together. As darkness settled gently over the rain-soaked grasslands, the storm slowly drifted away. The clouds opened once more, revealing a sky filled with brilliant stars. The fire responded with a cheerful crackle, as if celebrating another peaceful victory. The children drifted to sleep, comforted by the steady glow of the embers. The adults sat quietly, watching tiny sparks rise into the night. Each spark floated upward for only a few seconds before disappearing among the stars. A brief journey, a quiet ending, and somehow beautiful enough to remember. For the first time in human history, evenings were becoming more than the end of the day. They were becoming moments of reflection, moments of learning, moments of quiet gratitude. And beneath the endless sky, the little fire continued to tell its gentle story, without speaking a single word. The gentle cycle of days continued, almost like the slow turning of the earth itself. Morning followed night, night followed morning. The river continued its quiet journey toward distant lands. The wind carried the scent of wild grass across the open plains. The stars appeared every evening with perfect patience, just as they always had. Yet within the little camp, something new was quietly taking shape. It was not a new tool, not a new shelter, not even a new way of finding food. It was something far less visible: trust. The fire had become so dependable that people began planning their lives around it. When they left the camp in the morning, they knew they would return to its warmth before the sun disappeared. When children wandered through the nearby trees, they always knew where home was. They simply looked for the thin ribbon of smoke rising gently into the sky. From far across the grasslands, that faint trail of smoke became a quiet promise. Someone is here. Someone is waiting. You are not alone. Perhaps, for the first time in history, a family could find its way home not only by rivers or hills, but by the welcoming breath of a campfire. One bright afternoon, a young hunter returned carrying something unusual. It was a large piece of dark stone unlike any the group had seen before. One side was smooth and shiny. The other was rough and covered with tiny sparkling crystals. Curious children gathered around as the hunter placed it beside the fire. The elder turned the stone slowly in careful hands. The sunlight reflected brightly from its polished surface. It was beautiful not because it was valuable, but because it was different. Over the following days, the stone remained beside the fire. The warmth changed nothing. The smoke left gentle marks upon its surface. Sometimes the children touched it, feeling how cool it remained even while the nearby earth grew warm. Without realizing it, they had begun comparing materials: wood, stone, ash, earth. Each behaved differently. Each had its own quiet personality. These simple observations were tiny steps along a path that would one day lead to pottery, metalworking, engineering, and science itself. But none of that mattered to them. They were simply curious, and curiosity asks for no reward beyond understanding. As evening approached, everyone gathered once again beneath the growing shadows of the ancient trees. The fire welcomed them with its familiar glow. Fresh branches were added one by one. The flames stretched upward with gentle grace. Their golden light danced across the polished stone, making it shimmer as though tiny stars had somehow become trapped inside. The children laughed softly. One little girl reached out and gently placed a smooth pebble beside the larger stone. Soon another child added a feather. Another placed an interesting shell found beside the river. Without anyone suggesting the idea, a small collection began to grow. Beautiful things, interesting things, objects worth keeping. Perhaps this, too, was something new. Not everything needed to be useful. Some things were simply worth admiring. The fire had created more than warmth. It had created moments quiet enough for people to notice beauty, to ask gentle questions, and to wonder about a world that still held countless secrets waiting patiently to be discovered. Those questions would never truly disappear. Thousands of generations later, they would still live within scientists, inventors, explorers, and curious children looking up at the stars. Every great discovery begins the same way, with someone quietly noticing something and choosing to wonder why. The years continued to flow as gently as the nearby river. Children became parents, parents became elders, and elders, whose faces had grown lined with time and wisdom, slowly faded into memory. Yet the fire remained. Each generation cared for it with the same quiet patience. No one knew exactly how many seasons had passed since the first glowing branch had been carried home from the lightning-struck tree. No one counted the years. There was no need. The fire itself became a memory, a living memory, passed from one pair of careful hands to another. One peaceful evening, after a long day beneath the warm African sun, the youngest children gathered close to the glowing embers. The air smelled of dry grass and fresh rain from a storm that had passed the day before. The flames were gentle tonight. They rose only a little above the glowing logs, painting every nearby face with soft shades of gold and amber. An elderly man reached for a long stick and slowly drew a circle in the soft earth beside the fire. The children watched silently. Inside the circle, he placed a small stone, then another, then another. Each stone represented something familiar: the river, the tall mountain in the distance, the great tree where birds gathered every spring. The children leaned closer. Perhaps this was one of the earliest maps ever imagined. Not a map made with ink, not one measured with careful numbers. Simply a memory shared through symbols and stories. The elder pointed toward the river, then toward the stone. The children nodded. They understood. Knowledge did not need written words. It could live in gestures. It could live in pictures drawn upon the ground. And most importantly, it could live in people. The fire made these quiet lessons possible. Without its warm light, the evening would have ended as soon as darkness arrived. Instead, the family remained together, learning, remembering, listening. Far beyond the edge of the camp, the wilderness continued its ancient rhythm. Lions prowled through the tall grass. Owls glided silently beneath the moonlight. The river flowed without pause, carrying cool water toward lands that no one in the camp had ever seen. The world was vast, mysterious, full of questions. Yet no one felt afraid of those questions. Curiosity had quietly replaced fear. Each new day offered something to notice: a different bird call, an unfamiliar flower, a strangely shaped stone, a better piece of wood for the evening fire. Every observation became another tiny thread in the great tapestry of human knowledge. No single discovery changed the world overnight, but thousands of small discoveries gathered patiently over countless generations. Wood. As the children slowly drifted to sleep beside the warm glow of the embers, the elder looked toward the endless sky. The stars stretched from one horizon to the other like countless tiny lanterns. Perhaps he wondered what lay beyond them. Perhaps he simply admired their beauty. No one can know, but one thing is certain. The same quiet curiosity that once encouraged someone to walk toward a burning tree now encouraged people to look toward the heavens, that gentle desire to understand, to observe, to ask, would never leave humanity. It would travel across deserts, sail over oceans, climb mountains, build telescopes, launch spacecraft, and one day place footprints upon the moon. But all of that belonged to a future so distant that it could not yet be imagined. For now, there was only the peaceful crackling of the fire, the comforting warmth upon tired hands, the whisper of the evening breeze, and another quiet night beneath the ancient stars, where the story of science had only just begun. The fire had now been part of their lives for so long that it no longer felt like a discovery. It felt like an old friend. Every morning, it greeted the sunrise with a quiet ribbon of smoke. Every evening, it welcomed the family home with its gentle glow. No one remembered what life had been like before it. For the youngest children, a world without fire was impossible to imagine. It had always been there, just as the river had always flowed, just as the stars had always filled the night sky. Perhaps that is how the greatest inventions become part of everyday life, not by remaining extraordinary, but by becoming ordinary. One peaceful afternoon, while several adults searched for berries along the edge of the forest, two curious children wandered beside the river. The water was calm, flowing lazily around smooth stones that had been shaped by countless seasons. One child noticed something unusual. A long branch had fallen into the shallow water many days before. Part of it rested beneath the cool stream. The other half lay in the warm sunlight. When they tried to lift it, they discovered something surprising. Part that had remained dry was light and easy to carry. The part that had stayed underwater felt heavy, much heavier. The children exchanged puzzled smiles. They had found another mystery. That evening they dragged the branch back to camp. The adults examined it carefully. They touched both ends. They smelled the damp wood. They quietly noticed the difference. No one knew why water changed the weight of wood. There were no words like moisture or absorption. Only observation. Only curiosity. The damp end refused to burn. It hissed softly. Thin white steam rose into the evening air. The dry end caught fire almost immediately, glowing with familiar warmth. Another quiet lesson. Dry wood fed the fire. Wet wood resisted it. Such knowledge seems simple today. Yet thousands of years ago, every tiny discovery had to be made for the very first time. No books could provide the answer. Nature itself became the teacher. And the classroom remained the same warm circle around the evening fire. As darkness settled over the grasslands, the elder looked around the camp with quiet satisfaction. The children had become observers. The hunters had become teachers. The gatherers had become careful caretakers of both food and fire. Without realizing it, every member of the group had begun thinking a little differently. Instead of simply accepting the world as it appeared, they had started asking gentle questions. Why does this bun? What does that nut? What do some stones spuckla? What do birds return every sprung? What do the stars move across the sky? Those questions had no easy answers. Many would remain mysteries for thousands of generations. But the habit of asking them, that was the true beginning of science. Not inside a grand laboratory, not surrounded by glass bottles or complicated machines, but beside a quiet campfire, where ordinary people watched the world with extraordinary patience. The fire crackled softly. The moon climbed high above the trees. The stars drifted silently from east to west. And beneath their endless light, humanity took another small, peaceful step toward understanding the beautiful world it called home. The quiet camp rested beneath another sky filled with stars. The fire had burned gently for many hours, and now only a bed of glowing embers remained. They shimmered softly beneath a blanket of pale ash, giving off a steady warmth that wrapped around the sleeping family like an invisible blanket. The air was cool. The breeze was light. Somewhere beyond the river, an owl called once before the night became silent again. Everything felt peaceful. One by one, the adults drifted into sleep. Only the oldest elder remained awake. It had become a quiet tradition. Each night, someone stayed beside the fire until the last glowing logs settled into embers. There was no rule requiring it. No one had been chosen. It simply felt like the right thing to do. The elder gently stirred the ashes with a long stick. Tiny sparks rose into the darkness. They floated upward for a few brief moments before disappearing among the stars. The elder smiled. Perhaps those little sparks reminded them of the stars above, or perhaps they were simply enjoying the quiet beauty of the moment. No one will ever know. As the hours passed, the elder's eyes wandered across the sky. Night after night, the stars always followed the same slow paths. Some appeared in the east, others quietly disappeared in the west. The moon changed its shape over many evenings. Sometimes it was round and bright, sometimes only a thin silver curve. Sometimes it disappeared completely, leaving the stars to shine alone. At first, these changes seemed mysterious, but slowly, very slowly, patterns began to emerge. The elder noticed that the Brutus stars returned to the same places after many nights. Certain constellations appeared during cooler seasons. Others arrived when warm winds returned. Without realizing it, the elder was making careful observations, not with numbers, not with written notes, only with memory. It was enough. Every scientific journey begins by noticing patterns. The stars became one of humanity's earliest teachers, long before clocks measured time. The heavens quietly marked the passing seasons, long before maps guided travelers. The stars offered direction during long journeys. Long before calendars filled the walls of homes, the changing sky reminded people when rains might come, when rivers might rise, and when great herds would begin their annual migrations. All of this knowledge began with one simple habit: looking up. The elder continued watching until the first pale light of dawn slowly touched the eastern horizon. Birds stirred in the trees. The cool air carried the scent of fresh grass. The stars faded one by one. Soon, the sun would rise once again. The elder gently placed one last dry branch onto the glowing embers. A small golden flame appeared. It stretched upward quietly, welcoming another day. As the family slowly awakened, no one realized that the night had offered another priceless lesson. The fire had taught them to gather. The stars had taught them to observe. Together, they were shaping something entirely new, a way of thinking, a quiet habit of watching the world carefully, of asking gentle questions, of remembering the answers. And in that peaceful rhythm, one sunrise after another, one campfire after another, one star-filled night after another, the earliest foundations of science were slowly being built, not through sudden brilliance, but through patience, curiosity, and countless ordinary moments. The morning arrived with quiet grace. A soft golden light spread slowly across the endless grasslands, gently pushing away the cool blue shadows of the night. Tiny drops of dew rested on every blade of grass, sparkling like countless little diamonds beneath the rising sun. The river reflected the morning sky with perfect stillness. A family of ducks glided peacefully across the water. Dragonflies hovered just above the surface, their delicate wings catching the first rays of sunlight. The camp slowly began to awaken. One child stretched sleepily beside the warm ashes. Another rubbed tired eyes before smiling at the familiar sight of the little fire, now glowing softly once again. The elder had already uncovered the hidden embers before sunrise. Only a few dry twigs had been needed to bring the gentle flames back to life. It had become such a natural part of every morning that no one stopped to think about it anymore. The fire simply belonged. After a quiet breakfast of berries, roasted roots, and cool water from the river, several members of the group wandered into the nearby woodland to gather more fallen branches. The children followed close behind. They had learned an important lesson. Not every branch was worth carrying home. Some were too green, some were too wet, some crumbled into dust the moment they were picked up, so they searched carefully. They looked for branches that had fallen many weeks before, wood that felt light in the hand, wood that sounded dry when gently tapped against another branch. Without realizing it, they were making comparisons, observations, tiny experiments repeated day after day. One young girl paused beneath an enormous old tree. A thick branch had broken away during the previous rainy season. Its outer bark had peeled away, revealing smooth golden wood beneath. Curious, she picked up two small pieces from the same fallen branch. One was thick, the other was thin. That evening, both pieces were placed onto the fire. The thin branch burned quickly. Within minutes it had become glowing embers. The thicker piece burned much more slowly. Its warmth lasted long after the smaller stick had disappeared. The children watched with quiet fascination. Another gentle lesson. Size mattered, thickness mattered, different wood behaved in different ways. No one spoke about science. No one used complicated words. But science was quietly happening all around them, not inside buildings, not with glass tubes or metal instruments, but with careful eyes, patient minds, and the willingness to notice small differences. As twilight slowly settled over the camp once more, the family gathered around the familiar circle of warmth. Tonight, no one hurried to speak. No one rushed to eat. They simply watched the dancing flames together. Sometimes the greatest discoveries are born not from excitement, but from stillness, from taking the time to notice what everyone else quietly overlooks. The fire continued to whisper its lessons, one glowing ember at a time. And somewhere deep within the hearts of these early people, a new way of seeing the world was taking root, a way built not on fear, but on curiosity, not on haste, but on patience. It was a quiet beginning, yet from beginnings just like this would eventually come mathematics. The quiet years continued to pass. No one counted them, no one marked them on stone or carved them into wood. The seasons kept their own gentle rhythm. The rains arrived, the rivers swelled, the grasses turned green. Then the warm, dry months returned once again. Life moved slowly, almost like the drifting clouds overhead, and through every season, the fire remained. It greeted every sunrise, it comforted every sunset. It stood faithfully at the center of every gathering, never asking for praise, only for a few dry branches and a little care. One cool morning, after a night of gentle rain, the children wandered toward the river as they often did. The earth felt soft beneath their feet. Fresh animal tracks covered the damp ground. Small birds hopped between the reeds, searching for breakfast. Everything seemed peaceful. One curious boy suddenly stopped. He knelt beside the muddy riverbank and pointed toward the ground. There, pressed clearly into the wet earth, was the footprint of a large animal, not fresh enough to be dangerous, but clear enough to study. The children crouched around it. Each footprint looked different. Some were long and narrow, others were round, some had deep claw marks, others had smooth edges. They compared them quietly. One child placed a hand inside the largest print. Another measured its length using small stones. Without realizing it, they were doing something wonderfully human. They were comparing, observing, asking silent questions. Who made these tracks? Where were they going? How long ago had they passed? When the adults arrived, they smiled softly. The elder pointed toward another set of tracks leading away from the river. Slowly, everyone followed them, not because they expected danger, but because curiosity gently pulled them forward. The tracks eventually disappeared into tall grass where a family of antelope had recently passed. The mystery had been solved. The children laughed quietly. Another small lesson had been learned. The ground could tell stories, not with words, but with footprints, broken branches, bent grass, tiny clues waiting patiently for careful eyes. That evening, while sitting beside the warm fire, the children carefully pressed their own hands into the soft earth beside the camp. Each handprint looked slightly different. Some were larger, some smaller. One child noticed that no two prints looked exactly alike. The elder smiled. Perhaps they too had noticed the same thing long ago. Every person left a different mark. Every animal did as well. Nature was filled with patterns, and every pattern had a story. The firelight flickered gently across the handprints before the evening breeze slowly covered them with drifting dust. Tomorrow they would disappear, rain would wash them away, wind would smooth the ground once more, yet the memory would remain. The children had learned that the world was always speaking, not loudly, not with words, but through quiet signs that anyone could understand, if they slowed down long enough to notice. The stars appeared one by one above the camp. The fire crackled softly. The river continued its endless journey through the darkness, and somewhere deep within the minds of those curious children, another tiny spark had been lit, not a spark of fire, but a spark of wonder. one that would continue glowing through countless generations, leading humanity ever closer to understanding the beautiful and mysterious world around them. The days became weeks. The weeks quietly became seasons. And before anyone could notice, many peaceful years had slipped gently into the past. The little camp beside the river no longer looked exactly the same. Children who had once followed their parents everywhere now walked confidently through the forest on their own. They knew where the sweetest berries grew after the spring rains. They knew which trees offered the strongest branches for the evening fire. They knew where the cool water flowed even during the hottest months of summer. Knowledge had quietly become a gift that each generation passed to the next, not with books, not with written lessons, but through patient observation and gentle example. One cool autumn morning, a thick blanket of mist rested over the river. The world seemed softer than usual. The distant trees appeared only as dark shadows behind the white morning fog. The birds sang more quietly. Even the wind seemed reluctant to disturb the peaceful silence. As the mist slowly drifted away, something unusual caught the attention of one of the youngest children. Tiny droplets of water clung to the delicate threads of a spider's web stretched between two branches. The web shimmered in the morning sunlight like a necklace made of countless tiny diamonds. The child stood perfectly still. No one had ever told them to look closely at a spider's web. Curiosity had done that. The child slowly reached out, stopping just before touching the silky threads. The web was beautiful, perfectly shaped, every strand connected with remarkable care. Tiny droplets rested upon it without falling through. The child wondered how something so small could build something so remarkable. There was no answer, only wonder. Later that afternoon, the child returned to the camp carrying a long stick. Very carefully, they stretched thin strands of dry grass between its branches, trying to copy what they had seen. The result was nothing like the spider's web. The strands slipped apart. Some broke, others fell to the ground. The child laughed softly. It hadn't worked. But that didn't matter. The important part was the attempt. Every invention in human history begins with someone trying to understand nature. Sometimes they succeed, sometimes they fail. But every attempt teaches something new. The elder watched quietly from beside the fire. No advice was offered. No correction was needed. Some lessons are discovered only through experience. As evening settled over the camp once again, the fire welcomed everyone home. The children shared stories of what they had seen during the day. The hunters described fresh animal tracks near the river. The gatherers spoke about fruit beginning to ripen in the southern valley. And the young child proudly showed everyone the simple frame woven from grass. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't even very useful. Yet everyone looked at it with quiet interest, because it represented something precious, an idea. The first gentle step toward creating something inspired by nature. Perhaps this was another quiet beginning, one more tiny spark added to humanity's growing curiosity. The fire crackled softly as the stars appeared overhead. The woven frame rested beside the glowing embers. Tomorrow it might be forgotten, or perhaps someone would try again. History is filled with small beginnings just like this, simple observations, gentle experiments, quiet failures, patient improvements. And beneath the endless African sky, surrounded by the comforting warmth of the fire, humanity continued learning, not through sudden brilliance, but through thousands of peaceful moments of curiosity. One gentle discovery at a time, the gentle rhythm of the camp continued, as dependable as the rising and setting of the sun. Each morning began with birdsong. Each evening ended beside the warm glow of the fire. In between, the people watched the world with patient eyes. They did not know they were becoming observers. They simply believed they were paying attention. One clear morning, the sky stretched endlessly above the grasslands without a single cloud. The air felt fresh after several days of gentle rain. The river moved quietly beside the camp, reflecting the brilliant blue of the heavens. Several children wandered along its banks, searching for smooth stones to skip across the water. One young girl paused beside a shallow pool left behind after the river had slowly receded. The water was perfectly still. She leaned closer. For a moment, she froze. Another little girl seemed to be looking back at her. The child blinked. The other child blinked too. She tilted her head. So did the mysterious stranger beneath the water. Curious, she reached down and touched the surface with one finger. Ripples spread gently across the pool. The face disappeared. Only dancing circles of water remained. She smiled softly. A few moments later, the water became calm once more. The face returned. She called quietly for the others. Soon, several children were kneeling around the little pool, laughing gently as each discovered their own reflection. The adults watched with quiet amusement. To us, a reflection is an ordinary thing. But imagine seeing your own face in still water for the very first time. It must have felt almost magical. The elder slowly walked over and looked into the pool. The old face staring back carried many seasons of life, lines shaped by years beneath the sun. Eyes filled with countless memories, the elder smiled. The reflection smiled too. Without a single word, another lesson had quietly arrived. Still water could reveal the world. It could show the sky, the trees, the birds, and even ourselves. That evening, as everyone gathered around the familiar campfire, the children excitedly pointed toward a smooth stone resting beside the fire. Its polished surface reflected the dancing flames ever so slightly, not as clearly as the water, but enough to notice. The elder gently turned the stone. The flickering light seemed to move across its surface. The children watched in silence. Perhaps they wondered why some things reflected light while others did not. Perhaps they simply enjoyed the beauty of the glowing colors. Either way, curiosity had been awakened once again. Science often begins with ordinary moments. A footprint in wet earth, a spark between two stones, a shadow moving across the ground, or a quiet reflection in still water. The world is always offering gentle lessons. It asks for nothing more than patience and the willingness to notice. As darkness slowly wrapped itself around the camp once more, the fire continued its peaceful dance. Above it, countless stars reflected faintly in the calm river nearby, making it almost impossible to tell where the sky ended and the water began. For a little while, it felt as though the entire universe had become one quiet mirror, inviting anyone who looked closely to wonder and to dream. The following morning arrived almost unnoticed. A gentle mist floated above the river, drifting slowly like soft white blankets across the quiet water. The camp was still asleep. Only the oldest elder had awakened before sunrise, as they often did. The world at this hour felt wonderfully peaceful. No voices, no footsteps, only the distant call of a bird greeting the new day. The elder quietly added a few dry twigs to the glowing embers. Within moments, a small golden flame stretched upward, chasing away the last shadows of the night. The warmth spread gently through the cool morning air. The elder sat back and simply watched. There was no need to hurry. For many years now, the fire had taught the same quiet lesson. If you gave it patience, it rewarded you with warmth. If you cared for it gently, it stayed with you. Perhaps people were beginning to understand that many things in nature work the same way. A seed needed time before becoming a plant. A child needed years before becoming an adult. A fallen branch needed many dry days before it would burn well. Everything had its season. Everything had its moment. As the sun slowly climbed above the horizon, golden light poured across the grasslands. Long shadows stretched between the ancient trees. Spider webs shimmered with tiny drops of dew. The air smelled fresh, carrying the sweet scent of wild flowers that had opened during the night. One young boy wandered toward the edge of the forest while searching for fallen branches. As he walked, he noticed that the morning sunlight slipped through the leaves in narrow beams. Tiny particles floated gently within those beams of light, dust, pollen. Little seeds carried by the breeze. Normally, they were impossible to see. But inside the sunlight, they danced like tiny golden stars. The boy stood quietly for a long time, watching them drift through the air. Whenever the wind became stronger, the tiny particles swirled and twirled together. When the breeze settled, they floated slowly back toward the ground. He reached out his hand, trying to catch them. Some landed softly on his skin. Others continued their peaceful journey through the light. He smiled. Felt like watching a tiny hidden world that most people hurried past without noticing. That evening, sitting beside the familiar campfire, he pointed toward the smoke rising into the darkening sky. The smoke moved in much the same way. Sometimes it rose straight upward. Sometimes the wind gently carried it sideways. Sometimes it twisted into graceful spirals before disappearing among the stars. The elder watched with quiet interest. Nature often repeated its patterns. Water flowed, smoke drifted, clouds gathered. Leaves floated, dust danced in the sunlight. The world was full of movement, gentle, beautiful, orderly. Perhaps that was another gift of the fire. It encouraged people to slow down long enough to notice these quiet patterns, to simply sit, observe, wonder. Many thousands of years later, scientists would use powerful microscopes to study tiny particles invisible to the human eye. They would build great observatories to understand the stars. They would create laboratories filled with remarkable instruments. Yet every one of those achievements would begin with the same simple habit practiced by these early people beneath the African sky, looking carefully, asking quietly, and never losing the childlike curiosity to wonder why the world behaved the way it did. The fire crackled softly, the stars shone brightly overhead, and the ancient classroom of humanity remained open for another peaceful evening. Another quiet chapter unfolded beneath the endless sky. The family woke with the sunrise, just as they always had. The morning air was cool enough to make the warmth of the fire feel especially comforting. One by one, the children stretched, rubbed their sleepy eyes, and wandered toward the glowing embers. Some gathered fresh water, others searched for berries hidden beneath leafy bushes. The hunters quietly prepared for another day of following animal tracks across the grasslands. Everything felt familiar. Yet every familiar day still carried something new to discover. As the group traveled together through a nearby woodland, they reached a clearing where an enormous fallen tree rested across the forest floor. The trunk had been lying there for many seasons. Its bark had almost completely disappeared. Soft moss covered one side, tiny mushrooms grew along the damp wood. Life had slowly claimed what the storm had once brought down. One curious child gently touched the old trunk. It felt cool nearby. Another fallen branch lay in bright sunlight. Its wood was dry, warm, and much lighter. The elder paused for a moment. They placed one hand on the damp log, then another on the dry branch. The children copied the movement, cool, warm, heavy, light. Without speaking, they compared the two. No complicated explanation was needed. Nature often teaches best through simple experience. The group carried several pieces of the dry wood back to camp. That evening, they placed the branches upon the glowing fire. As expected, the dry wood burned steadily with bright, comforting flames. The damp wood was different. It released gentle clouds of white steam. It crackled softly. Sometimes it hissed before finally beginning to burn. The children watched every moment. Another lesson quietly settled into memory. Sunlight changed things. Rain changed things. Time changed things. The same tree could become completely different depending on where it rested. One branch lying beneath open skis became dry enough to warm a family. Another hidden beneath shade and rain remained cool and heavy. These observations may have seemed ordinary. But ordinary observations, repeated across countless generations, slowly became the foundation of understanding. Science rarely arrives in a single dramatic moment. More often it grows quietly, like a tree adding one ring each year, one careful observation, then another, then another. As darkness settled over the camp, everyone gathered once more around the familiar circle of warmth. The fire reflected gently in thoughtful eyes. The children no longer asked as many questions aloud. Instead, they had begun noticing answers for themselves. The elder smiled softly. Perhaps this was the greatest gift of all, not teaching people what to think, but encouraging them to look carefully enough to discover the answers hidden within the world around them. Above the camp, the stars continued their timeless journey across the heavens. Below them, another generation quietly learned that the universe was patient. It revealed its secrets slowly, to those willing to watch, to those willing to wonder, and to those willing to return, day after peaceful day, to the warm glow of a humble campfire beneath the ancient African sky. The quiet lessons of nature continued without end. Every sunrise revealed something different. Every evening offered another peaceful moment of reflection beside the fire. No one hurried through the days. There was no reason to. The earth itself seemed to move at a calm and gentle pace. One afternoon, after the warmth of the sun had reached its highest point, Several children rested beneath the broad branches of a giant acacia tree. The shade was cool. The breeze was soft. Nearby, the elder quietly shaped a simple wooden digging stick with a sharp stone. Small curls of dry wood fell gently onto the ground. One curious child watched every careful movement. The elder did not force the wood. Each cut was slow, measured, patient. Whenever the stone struck too hard, tiny splinters broke away in the wrong direction. Whenever the pressure was gentle, the stick became smoother and stronger. The child noticed something important. Gentle effort often achieved more than great force. Without words, another lesson settled into memory. Nature rewarded patience. As the afternoon continued, the children wandered toward a patch of tall reeds growing beside the river. The wind moved through them with a soft whisper. Each reed bent gracefully as the breeze passed. None of them snapped. Nearby stood a dry, brittle branch. When one child picked it up and bent it, the branch broke cleanly into two pieces. The sound echoed softly across the quiet water. Everyone paused. The elder smiled. One plant bent with the wind, the other resisted. One survived, the other broke. The children gently touched the reeds again. They bent, then returned to their original shape, simple, elegant, strong in their own quiet way. Long before engineers studied flexible materials, long before architects designed buildings to withstand powerful winds, nature had already written the lesson. It only asked people to pay attention. That evening, as the familiar fire warmed the camp, the children gathered several reeds and several dry branches. They held them near the flames. The reeds darkened slowly and released a pleasant, earthy scent. The dry branches burned quickly, filling the air with bright flames and cheerful crackles. Different plants, different behaviors, different lessons. No one recorded these discoveries, yet every observation remained alive in memory, shared from parent to child, from elder to young hunter. From one peaceful generation to the next, the stars slowly appeared overhead. The moon rose above the distant trees. The river reflected both, creating a shimmering ribbon of silver stretching into the darkness. The elder looked quietly at the children. They asked more thoughtful questions now. They noticed details that had once gone unseen. They had learned to trust their own eyes. Perhaps this was the most valuable discovery of all. The world was understandable, not all at once, not completely, but little by little. Observation after observation, season after season, the fire had become far more than warmth and light. It had become the center of a growing tradition of curiosity, a place where questions were welcomed, where quiet minds had time to wander, where ordinary moments slowly became extraordinary understanding. And while the family rested peacefully beneath the endless stars, the long story of science continued, not with loud celebrations or sudden breakthroughs, but with countless gentle moments of careful observation, shared beside a humble fire that still glowed faithfully at the heart of their world. The years slipped by as quietly as the river. No one noticed the exact moment when one generation became the next. Children who had once curled up beside the fire listening to the gentle crackle of burning wood were now the adults caring for the glowing embers each morning. The circle continued, always changing, always the same. One peaceful evening, after a warm day beneath clear blue skies, the family gathered around the fire a little earlier than usual. A cool breeze had arrived from the distant hills, carrying with it the pleasant scent of wild herbs and fresh earth. The flames burned steadily. Above them, thin ribbons of smoke drifted upward before slowly disappearing into the calm evening sky. One young woman quietly watched the smoke. She noticed something curious. Whenever the wind came from the east, the smoke leaned gently toward the west. When the breeze became calm, it rose almost perfectly straight. When stronger gusts arrived, the smoke twisted into graceful spirals before fatting into the air. She continued watching for a long time. Soon, one of the younger children sat beside her. Without speaking, he looked upward too. Together, they followed the smoke with quiet eyes. The elder noticed their curiosity. With a gentle smile, the elder tossed a handful of dry leaves onto the edge of the fire. For just a moment, the smoke became thicker. Its path through the evening air became easier to see. The children laughed softly as the pale gray ribbons drifted across the camp. The smoke was invisible one moment, visible the next, then invisible once more. It had always been there. Only now were they truly watching it. Another lesson quietly revealed itself. Sometimes the world hides its patterns in plain sight. We simply need patience to notice them. Far above, large birds circled effortlessly upon invisible currents of warm air rising from the sunlit ground. The children pointed toward them. The birds hardly flapped their wings. They simply glided, turning gently, floating gracefully. The elder looked from the birds to the smoke, then back again. Perhaps warm air was carrying both. No one could explain it. No one needed to. Wonder itself was enough. Thousands of generations later, people would study winds, weather, and the invisible movements of the atmosphere. They would build balloons that floated high above the clouds. They would create airplanes that crossed entire oceans. They would even send spacecraft beyond Earth's sky. Yet every great understanding of the air began with moments just like this, watching smoke, watching birds, watching clouds, and quietly asking, why? As darkness settled over the grasslands, the stars slowly appeared one by one. The fire continued its peaceful dance. Its smoke disappeared into the night, joining the endless sky above. The family sat together in comfortable silence. No one realized they were witnessing the earliest beginnings of meteorology, the simple human habit of observing the wind, the air, and the changing sky. But perhaps that is the beauty of history. The greatest journeys often begin with the smallest questions. Questions asked not in great cities or mighty kingdoms, but beside a quiet campfire, where curious minds found endless wonder in the ordinary rhythms of the natural world. The peaceful rhythm of observation continued through another changing season. The warm days of summer slowly softened into cooler evenings. The grasslands turned from bright green to gentle shades of gold. The river flowed a little more slowly than before, revealing smooth stones that had rested beneath the water for many months. The children loved exploring these newly uncovered places. Each stone seemed to have its own shape, its own color, its own quiet story. One afternoon, while searching along the riverbank, a young boy found a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was darker than the others. One side felt smooth like polished wood. The other side glittered faintly when sunlight touched it. He carried it carefully back to the camp. The elder turned the stone over in careful hands. It was heavier than most rocks of the same size. Curious, the elder gently tapped it against another stone. A clear, ringing sound echoed softly across the camp, not loud, not sharp, just different. The children smiled. They asked no questions aloud. Instead, they listened again. The elder struck the stones together once more. The same gentle ringing sound returned. Different stones, different sounds. Another tiny mystery. The stone was placed beside the fire. Not because anyone expected something remarkable to happen, simply because that was where interesting things often found a home. That evening, as the flames danced nearby, the polished surface reflected tiny flashes of orange and gold. The children watched quietly. The stone did not burn, it did not change shape. It simply held its place, warm to the touch but unchanged by the fire. Another lesson settled gently into memory. Wood changed, leaves changed, water changed. But some stones seemed almost timeless. They remained steady through heat and cold alike. Without realizing it, the family had begun sorting the world into different kinds of materials. Things that burned, things that melted, things that floated, things that sank, things that stayed the same. This quiet habit of comparing one object with another would eventually become one of the most important tools in science, not because it required complicated knowledge, but because it required careful attention. As twilight slowly wrapped the camp in peaceful shadows, the elder handed the unusual stone back to the young boy. He smiled proudly. Perhaps tomorrow he would discover another curious object beside the river, perhaps not. Either way, he had learned something far more valuable than the stone itself. He had learned to notice, to look closely, to ask silent questions. The fire crackled gently. The stars brightened overhead. The moon rose slowly above the distant hills. And the ancient classroom of nature welcomed another quiet evening, reminding everyone that the greatest discoveries often begin with the simplest habit of all, looking carefully at the ordinary world. The fire glowed softly beneath the stars, just as it had on countless evenings before. Its warm light reached only a short distance into the darkness, Yet somehow it made the vast wilderness feel smaller and kinder. The family rested in a peaceful circle around the glowing embers. No one felt the need to speak. Silence itself had become a trusted companion. Only the gentle crackle of burning wood and the quiet song of the river filled the cool night air. As the moon climbed higher into the sky, one of the older children looked toward the shadows cast by the fire. The dancing flames made every shadow move. A small stick lying on the ground suddenly appeared long and tall. A nearby stone seemed to grow larger and then smaller as the flames flickered. The child watched with quiet fascination. Carefully, they picked up another branch and held it between the fire and the ground. A dark shape appeared instantly. The branch moved, the shadow moved, the branch stopped. The shadow became still once again. The child smiled again. The branch rose into the air again. The shadow followed. For many peaceful minutes, the child quietly experimented closer to the fire. The shadow became larger farther away. The shadow became smaller. No one explained why. No one knew about light traveling in straight lines. That understanding belonged to a future thousands of generations away. But observation came first, always. The elder watched without interrupting. Curiosity needed space. Some lessons could never be taught with words alone. They had to be discovered soon. Several younger children joined in. Small hands held leaves, feathers, and stones before the flames. The ground filled with dancing shapes. A bird seemed to fly across the earth. A rabbit appeared for a moment before disappearing. Long fingers became the antlers of an imaginary deer. Soft laughter drifted through the evening. For perhaps the first time, shadows became something more than darkness. They became play, they became imagination, they became another gentle teacher. As the game slowly ended, the elder looked toward the moon. Its pale light created long shadows of its own. Unlike the fire, the moon's shadows remained calm and steady. The elder quietly noticed the difference. One light danced, one light remained still, another quiet pattern. Another small mystery. Many thousands of years later, people would study light with remarkable instruments. They would discover lenses, mirrors, telescopes, and cameras. They would learn how light travels across unimaginable distances through space. They would even capture the faint glow of galaxies billions of light years away. Yet the very first lesson about light may have begun on peaceful evenings exactly like this one. A child, a campfire, a simple stick, and the quiet wonder of watching a shadow move across the ground. The fire slowly settled into glowing embers once again. Above, the stars continued their endless journey across the heavens. Below, another generation quietly learned that even something as ordinary as light could reveal beautiful secrets to anyone willing to slow down, observe carefully, and wonder. The dawn arrived gently, wrapped in a soft blanket of pale blue light. For a few quiet moments, the world seemed to pause between night and day. The stars slowly faded. The moon slipped toward the western horizon. The first birds greeted the morning with cheerful songs that echoed across the open grasslands. Near the campfire, only a gentle glow remained beneath the ash. The elder smiled. The fire had rested through another peaceful night. With careful hands, a few dry blades of grass were placed beside the glowing embers. A gentle breath, a thin ribbon of smoke. Then, almost without effort, a small golden flame awakened once again. It felt almost like watching the sunrise happen upon the earth. Every morning followed the same quiet pattern, and yet no one grew tired of it. Perhaps because every sunrise is both familiar and completely new. After breakfast, several children wandered toward a wide open meadow where colorful wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze. Butterflies drifted lazily from blossom to blossom. Busy bees moved patiently between the flowers. The children sat quietly, careful not to disturb them. One little girl noticed that the bees never visited the flowers randomly. They moved with purpose, flower to flower, then onward to another patch blooming nearby. They never seemed confused. They always found their way. The child watched for a very long time. Soon, another child joined her. Together they quietly followed one bee with their eyes until it disappeared into the distance. Then they watched another, and another. Every bee followed a slightly different path, yet each seemed to know exactly where it was going. The elder eventually walked over and sat beside them. No explanation was given. None was needed. Sometimes the greatest lesson is simply learning how to watch patiently. The children returned to camp carrying only memories, but those memories mattered. The natural world was filled with hidden order, birds built nests, spiders spun webs, bees visited flowers. The river flowed downhill. The stars crossed the night sky. Nothing happened without reason, even if the reason remained unknown. That evening, while sitting beside the warm fire, one child gently arranged small pebbles into the winding path they had seen the bee follow across the meadow. The line curved from one flower to another. The younger children smiled and copied the pattern with their own stones. Without realizing it, they were creating one of the earliest forms of modeling, using simple objects to remember and understand something they had observed. It was a small act, a quiet act, yet the history of science is filled with moments just like this. Observe, remember, represent, learn. The fire crackled softly as darkness settled once again. The children watched tiny sparks rise toward the stars. The elder watched the children. And somewhere between those glowing embers and the endless sky, another gentle seed of curiosity found fertile ground. It would grow slowly, over thousands upon thousands of years, until one day people would study insects through microscopes, map forests from satellites, and explore the hidden connections that bind every living thing together. But tonight, there was only the peaceful warmth of the fire, the quiet hum of insects in the grass, the comforting company of family, and the timeless joy of simply watching the beautiful world, exactly as it was. The peaceful evenings continued, one after another, until they blended together like gentle waves upon the river. No single evening seemed more important than the last, and yet each one quietly added another page to the long story of humanity. The fire had become more than a place for warmth or cooking. It had become a place for thinking. After the evening meal, no one rushed away. The hunters rested their tired legs. The gatherers quietly sorted the berries and roots they had brought home. The children leaned against their parents, listening to the soft crackle of burning wood. There was time to notice, time to remember, time to wonder. One calm night, the sky was especially clear. Not a single cloud drifted overhead. The stars appeared brighter than anyone could remember. They stretched from one horizon to the other in an endless river of light. One curious child slowly pointed upward. There was a cluster of bright stars that seemed to resemble a bird with outstretched wings. Nearby, another group looked almost like the curved horns of an antelope. The children began finding shapes everywhere: a fish, a tree, a great hunting spear. The elder smiled warmly. Perhaps the stars did not truly resemble those things, but giving them familiar shapes made them easier to remember. Night after night, those same groups of stars appeared together. Slowly, the family began recognizing them. The bird returned. The antelope returned. The spear returned. The stars became familiar friends rather than distant mysteries. Long before formal constellations were named by later civilizations, early humans likely recognized repeating patterns in the heavens. Those patterns helped memory. They helped navigation. And perhaps they even inspired the first stories told beneath the night sky. As the moon rose, its pale light gently softened the brilliance of the smaller stars. The elder quietly noticed how some stars disappeared while the brightest remained visible. Another pattern, another quiet observation. Nothing in the sky seemed random. Everything followed a gentle rhythm. Below, the fire reflected those same ideas. Small sparks rose into the darkness like tiny stars leaving the earth. For a brief moment they shone brightly, then they quietly faded. The children watched every spark until it vanished. Some smiled, some yawned sleepily. One little boy whispered something too soft for anyone else to hear. Perhaps he wished the sparks could reach the stars. Perhaps he imagined they already had. The fire slowly settled into glowing embers. The family wrapped themselves in warm animal hides. One by one, they drifted into peaceful sleep beneath the endless heavens. Above them, the stars continued their silent journey. Below them, another generation carried within their hearts a growing habit of observation. Without knowing it, they were becoming the first students of astronomy, not with telescopes, not with mathematics, but with patient eyes, quiet evenings, an endless curiosity beneath the ancient African sky. The passing of time remained wonderfully quiet. There were no clocks to count the hours, no calendars to mark the months. Only the gentle rhythm of nature guided every day. The sun rose, the sun set. The moon changed its shape. The seasons returned again and again. Each cycle felt familiar, yet never exactly the same. One peaceful morning, after several cool nights, the family noticed that the grass sparkled more brightly than usual. Tiny drops of dew covered every leaf. The air felt fresh and cool. When the first rays of sunlight reached the meadow, something beautiful happened. The dew slowly disappeared, not all at once, little by little. The children watched with quiet fascination. One moment, every blade of grass glittered like silver. A little while later, the tiny droplets had vanished. Where had they gone? One child touched a damp leaf. His fingertips became wet. A few moments later, his hand was dry again. Another mystery. Another gentle question. The elder knelt beside a smooth stone warmed by the morning sun. Its surface was already dry. Nearby, a stone resting beneath the shade of a large tree remained cool and damp. The children compared them: warm, cool, dry, wet. The differences were easy to feel, harder to explain. Yet no explanation was needed. Observation came first. Understanding would arrive many thousands of years later. That afternoon, the warmth of the sun grew stronger. Small puddles left behind by recent rain became smaller and smaller. By evening, some had disappeared completely. The children searched for the missing water. They found only dry earth. The elder smiled thoughtfully. Water could flow. Water could freeze on the coldest mornings, and somehow, water could disappear without leaving a trace. To modern minds, the answer is simple: evaporation. But for these early observers, it remained one of nature's quiet mysteries, and mysteries have always invited curiosity. That evening, beside the familiar fire, one child held a cool stone close to the rising smoke. Tiny drops of moisture appeared upon its surface before slowly slipping away. The child looked surprised. The elder watched carefully. Neither spoke, but both had noticed something important. The air itself carried invisible water. It was another tiny clue, one more piece of the great puzzle. The fire glowed softly as darkness settled over the camp. Smoke drifted upward. Stars slowly filled the sky. The river continued its patient journey through the valley. Everything seemed peaceful, everything seemed connected. The children slowly closed their eyes, comforted by the warmth of the glowing embers. Tomorrow would bring another sunrise, another gentle lesson, another quiet opportunity to observe the beautiful world. Because nature never rushed its teachings, it revealed its secrets slowly. One morning, one evening, one peaceful moment at a time. And humanity, sitting quietly around a humble campfire, continued learning exactly as the earth intended, with patience, wonder, and an open heart. The quiet story of discovery continued with another peaceful sunrise. A gentle breeze wandered across the grasslands, bending the tall golden grasses into slow rolling waves. The river shimmered beneath the early morning light, reflecting the pale colors of the waking sky. Everything felt calm. Everything felt familiar. Yet every familiar morning carried another opportunity to notice something new. After sharing a simple breakfast beside the fire, several members of the family walked toward a rocky hillside that overlooked the wide valley below. The climb was slow. No one hurried. Along the way, the children stopped often to admire unusual flowers growing between cracks in the stone. Tiny lizards warmed themselves on sunlit rocks. Bright birds sang from branches that stretched over the winding path. When they finally reached the top of the hill, everyone became very quiet. From there, they could see far beyond the river. The forests looked smaller. The winding streams resembled shining ribbons of silver. Animals that seemed enormous from nearby appeared no larger than tiny moving dots. The children stared in amazement. The world looked completely different from above. One little boy pointed toward the distant camp. It looked so small. The fire itself was invisible now. Only a faint ribbon of smoke rose gently into the morning air. The elder smiled. Distance changes what we see. Nearby things appear large. Faraway things appear small. The mountains beyond the valley looked blue instead of green. The children wondered why. No one knew, but everyone noticed. Another quiet mystery. As they rested upon the smooth rocks, a large eagle drifted silently across the sky. Without flapping its wings, it circled higher and higher above the valley. The children watched until it became only a tiny dark shape against the endless blue. Perhaps, they wondered, the eagle could see the entire world from up there. The thought filled them with peaceful awe. Later, as the family slowly walked back toward the camp, they noticed that the valley looked different from every new angle. Trees disappeared behind hills. New streams came into view. Large rocks seemed to change shape as they passed them. Nothing in nature had actually changed. Only their point of view had. That simple realization would one day become one of the foundations of observation. To understand something well, sometimes it must be viewed from more than one place. Many thousands of years later, explorers, mapmakers, architects, and scientists would all rely on this same gentle lesson. Changing perspective often reveals what cannot be seen from a single position. As evening settled once again around the familiar campfire, the children used small sticks to draw the hill, the river, and the camp in the soft earth. Each drawing looked slightly different. Each reflected what its creator had remembered. The elder looked at every picture with quiet appreciation. No drawing was completely correct, yet none were completely wrong. Each offered another way of seeing the same beautiful landscape. The fire crackled softly. The stars appeared overhead. The gentle rhythm of life continued. And beneath the endless African sky, humanity slowly learned another timeless lesson. The world is full of truth, but sometimes you must gently change where you stand to see it more clearly. The seasons turned once more as they always had. The warm winds of summer slowly gave way to cooler evenings, and the cool evenings welcomed clear nights filled with brilliant stars. Nothing hurried, nothing forced the passage of time. Nature moved with quiet confidence, inviting everyone to slow down and move with it. One peaceful afternoon, while gathering food near the edge of the forest, a young girl heard a faint tapping sound. Tap, tap, tap. She looked upward. High above, a small woodpecker was busy pecking at the trunk of an old tree. The bird paused for a moment, tilted its head, and listened carefully. Then it tapped again, steady, patient, purposeful. The girl sat beneath the tree and watched. She noticed that the bird did not strike the wood randomly. It moved carefully from one place to another, stopping often as though it were searching for something hidden beneath the bark. Eventually, the bird pulled a tiny insect from the tree. Its careful work had been rewarded. The girl smiled. There was a lesson hidden in that simple moment. Careful observation often comes before success. Rushing rarely helps. Back at the camp that evening, she gently tapped a dry branch with a smooth stone, just as the bird had tapped the tree. The sound was different. Some branches gave a deep, hollow tone. Others produced a sharp, solid knock. The elder listened with interest. Soon the children were trying it too. They discovered that branches with hollow centers sounded different from solid ones. A fallen log resting on the ground echoed differently than a fresh branch still full of life. Without realizing it, they were learning that sound could reveal something hidden from sight. Nature was quietly teaching another lesson. Sometimes your ears notice what your eyes cannot. The fire crackled nearby, adding its own gentle rhythm to the evening. Each type of wood seemed to have its own voice. Thin twigs snapped brightly. Large logs released slow, deep cracks. Even the glowing embers whispered softly as they settled into warm ash. The camp became a quiet orchestra of natural sounds. The river murmured in the distance. The breeze rustled through the tall grass. Night insects sang from hidden places. Owls called across the valley. Every sound carried information. Every sound belonged to the great conversation of the natural world. Long before written language, humans learned to listen carefully. A distant bird might announce approaching rain. A sudden silence in the forest might suggest that a predator was nearby. The steady rhythm of flowing water could guide travelers home. Listening became another form of observation, another path toward understanding. As the moon climbed high above the camp, the family settled comfortably around the glowing fire. No one felt the need to fill the night with words. Sometimes the greatest wisdom arrives in silence, in quiet listening, in noticing the smallest sounds that most would overlook. And beneath the endless canopy of stars, humanity continued its peaceful education, not only by watching the world with curious eyes, but by listening carefully to its gentle voice, one calm evening at a time. The quiet camp welcomed another beautiful dawn. Soft rays of sunlight filtered through the branches of ancient trees, painting gentle patterns across the ground. The air carried the fresh scent of damp earth after a light rain during the night. Tiny birds fluttered from branch to branch, greeting the new morning with cheerful songs. The fire still glowed beneath a thin blanket of ash. Its warmth lingered quietly, waiting for the day to begin again. The elder carefully uncovered the hidden embers and placed a few dry twigs on top. With one slow breath, a tiny flame awakened. The children smiled. Even after so many seasons, the simple miracle of seeing the fire return each morning never seemed to lose its quiet beauty. After breakfast, the family wandered toward a meadow filled with wildflowers. The blossoms swayed gently in the morning breeze. Butterflies floated lazily from flower to flower. Bees continued their patient work, visiting each bloom with remarkable determination. One little boy sat very still beside a patch of yellow flowers. He noticed that when a cloud drifted in front of the sun, the flowers seemed to lose some of their brightness. When the cloud moved away, the colors became rich and vibrant again. He looked up, then back down again and again. The change was always the same. The flowers had not changed. The sunlight had. A few moments later, another child stood beneath the shade of a broad tree. Her hands looked cooler and darker beneath the leaves. When she stepped into the open meadow, they became warm and bright once more. She laughed softly. The sun could change how everything looked, even familiar places. The elder watched quietly. Light shaped the world in countless gentle ways. It revealed colors, it created shadows, it warmed the earth, it guided plants. Though no one understood the science behind sunlight, everyone could feel its importance. Without it, mornings would remain cold, flowers would not bloom, the river would not sparkle, the world itself would seem different. That evening, as everyone gathered beside the campfire, the children began comparing the warm orange glow of the flames with the cool silver light of the moon. The fire made colors appear rich and golden. Moonlight softened everything into gentle shades of blue and gray. The same stone looked different beneath each light. The same tree seemed almost mysterious under the stars. Another quiet lesson. The world changes depending on the light that touches it. Centuries far beyond imagination would pass before people understood how sunlight carries many colors, or why the sky appears blue, or how the moon reflects the sun's light. But every great explanation would begin with observations like these. Simple moments, quiet comparisons, patient curiosity. As the fire settled into glowing embers, the family leaned back and looked toward the endless heavens. The stars shone peacefully above. The moon drifted silently across the night. The warm fire glowed faithfully below. 3 lights, 3 different kinds of beauty, each quietly inviting humanity to keep watching, keep wondering, and keep learning, one peaceful evening at a time. The days flowed together like gentle currents in the river. Nothing seemed hurried. Nothing seemed wasted. Each sunrise brought another quiet opportunity to observe the world, and each sunset gathered everyone once more around the comforting glow of the fire. One cool morning, after a gentle breeze had swept across the valley during the night, the family noticed something unusual. Several broad leaves had fallen from a nearby tree. Some rested flat upon the ground. Others had landed upside down. A curious little girl picked up one of the leaves and held it high above her head. She let it go. The leaf drifted slowly toward the earth, turning and spinning gracefully through the air. She laughed. Then she found a small pebble. Holding it at the same height, she released it. The pebble dropped straight down almost immediately. The children looked at one another, the same hands, the same height. Yet 2 very different journeys. Again they tried. Another leaf, another pebble. The result was always the same. The leaf floated gently. The stone fell quickly. The elder watched with quiet interest. No explanation was offered, only another mystery waiting patiently inside the natural world. The children spent much of the afternoon experimenting. Some leaves spun like tiny dancers. Others glided sideways before reaching the ground. A dry feather drifted even more slowly than the leaves. One child held out both hands and laughed as the breeze carried the feather far beyond reach. The wind, invisible though it was, had revealed itself once again. Not by being seen, but by the way it moved other things. That evening, sitting beside the familiar campfire, one of the children gently dropped a dry leaf above the rising smoke. The warm air lifted it slightly before it drifted away. Everyone smiled. The fire was teaching another lesson. Warm air moved upward. Cool leaves could ride upon it. The birds soaring high above the valley perhaps did something similar. No one knew for certain, but quiet connections were beginning to form. One observation leading gently toward another, long before people dreamed of flying, long before balloons floated across the sky, long before airplanes crossed continents. Human curiosity had already begun asking peaceful questions about the movement of air. The elder leaned back and watched a hawk circling effortlessly against the fading evening sky. Its broad wings hardly moved. The bird trusted invisible currents that no human could yet understand. Perhaps one day someone would understand them, but not tonight. Tonight was simply for watching. The fire glowed warmly. The smoke rose gently. The stars appeared one by one overhead. The children yawned softly, their minds filled with leaves, feathers, birds, and breezes. The world had quietly offered another lesson. Heavy things, light things, moving air, hidden patterns, all patiently waiting for curious eyes to notice. And beneath the vast African sky, where every evening ended with warmth, silence, and wonder, humanity took yet another small step along its endless journey of discovery. The gentle passage of time continued, unnoticed by everyone except the changing landscape itself. The young trees beside the river grew taller with every returning season. Small saplings became sturdy trunks. Old branches fell quietly to the forest floor, where they slowly returned to the earth. Nothing in nature was ever truly still. Everything changed, only very, very slowly. One peaceful afternoon, the family rested beneath the shade of a towering baobab tree after a long morning of gathering food. The air was warm but comfortable. A light breeze wandered through the leaves, creating a soft whisper that blended with the distant sound of flowing water. One curious child leaned against the enormous trunk. The bark felt rough beneath small hands. Nearby, another child touched the smooth bark of a younger tree. The difference was surprising. One tree felt coarse and deeply ridged. The other was soft and almost silky. The children wandered from tree to tree. Some bark peeled away in thin strips, some remained firmly attached. Some trees carried tiny thorns. Others welcomed climbing birds with broad, gentle branches. Each tree seemed to have its own quiet personality. The elder joined them and gently placed a hand on the great baobab. The tree had clearly stood there for many years, perhaps longer than anyone in the camp had been alive. Its wide trunk suggested countless rainy seasons had passed, countless dry summers, countless moonlit nights. The elder looked thoughtfully at the children. Without speaking, another lesson quietly emerged. Time leaves gentle marks, not only upon trees, but upon rivers, upon stones, upon animals, and upon people. That evening beside the familiar campfire, the children gathered pieces of bark from several different trees. Some burned quickly, giving bright flames. Others smoked heavily before catching fire. A few hardly burned at all. The fire became another patient teacher. Different trees behaved differently. Nature loved variety. No two living things were exactly alike. As darkness settled over the camp, one little girl rested her head against the elder's shoulder. She quietly asked the oldest question of all, not with words, but with her eyes. Why? Why were trees different? Why did some grow tall while others stayed small? Why did some survive storms that broke younger branches? The elder smiled gently. There were no answers yet, only observations, only patience, only the understanding that the world often reveals its secrets slowly, to those willing to keep watching. Many thousands of years later, people would study forests, classify plants, and uncover the remarkable science hidden inside every leaf, root, and seed. They would learn how trees shared nutrients through underground fungal networks, how sunlight powered photosynthesis, and how ancient forests shaped the Earth's climate. But on this quiet evening, none of that knowledge existed. There was only a great old tree, a warm little fire, curious children, and an endless sky filled with stars. Sometimes that was enough. Sometimes simply wondering is the beginning of wisdom. And beneath the peaceful African heavens, where every day ended with gratitude and gentle curiosity, humanity continued its slow, beautiful journey toward understanding the living world. The river had become an old companion. Its quiet voice greeted the camp every morning and whispered softly through every peaceful night. Sometimes it rushed after heavy rains. Sometimes it moved so gently that the stars seemed perfectly still upon its surface. Yet it never truly stopped. The children often wondered if the river ever became tired. It seemed to travel forever. One calm afternoon, after the warmth of the sun had begun to soften, several children followed the river farther downstream than they usually explored. The elder walked behind them at an unhurried pace, allowing curiosity to lead the way. Before long, they reached a place where the river narrowed between two large rocks. The water moved much faster there. It swirled around the stones before continuing peacefully into the wider valley below. One child dropped a dry leaf into the rushing water. Everyone watched. The leaf spun quickly through the narrow passage. Moments later, it entered the wider part of the river and slowed almost at once. Another child tried a small twig. The result was nearly the same, fast, then slow. The river behaved differently depending on where it flowed. The children sat quietly beside the rocks, watching the water for a long time. Sometimes little whirlpools appeared behind the larger stones. Tiny bubbles circled over and over before escaping downstream. The children laughed softly each time a leaf became trapped for a few moments before finally continuing its journey. No one knew the word current. No one understood fluid dynamics. But everyone could see that water had its own hidden paths, invisible roads flowing beneath the surface. The elder gently placed a hand into the cool stream. The water pushed steadily against the fingers, always moving, always carrying something with it. A fallen leaf, a floating feather, a small branch, even grains of sand slowly traveled downstream. Nothing resisted forever. The river patiently shaped everything it touched. That evening, beside the comforting glow of the fire, the children recreated the river using lines drawn in the soft earth. Small stones became the great rocks. Tiny seeds became drifting leaves. With gentle breaths, they blew the seeds along the winding paths they had drawn. Some became trapped behind the stones. Others continued onward. The younger children clapped happily. Without realizing it, they were building a simple model of what they had observed in nature, a way of remembering, a way of explaining. Science often begins this way. Observe something carefully. Imagine how it works. Create a simple model. Test your idea. Then observe again. The fire glowed warmly as darkness wrapped itself around the camp. Its smoke drifted upward while the river continued its endless journey beside them. Fire rose, water flowed. Each followed its own quiet nature. The stars reflected upon the moving surface until the river seemed to carry pieces of the night sky toward distant lands beyond the horizon. The family watched together in comfortable silence. The world felt vast, peaceful, full of gentle mysteries. And somewhere deep inside every curious child, another quiet question had found a home, one that would continue traveling through countless generations, just like the river itself. The quiet river continued its endless journey beneath the open sky. Day after day, it carved its patient path through the valley. It asked for nothing. It hurried for no one. And yet, little by little, it shaped the land around it. One cool morning, after a night of gentle rain, the children noticed something they had never seen before. A narrow stream of muddy water flowed down the hillside and joined the larger river below. The tiny stream had not existed the day before. It had appeared almost overnight. Curious, they followed it uphill. The water twisted around stones. It slipped beneath fallen branches. It carried tiny leaves, grains of sand, and small pieces of earth along its winding path. The children knelt beside the flowing water. One little boy gently placed a small stick across the stream. For a brief moment, leaves began to collect behind it. The water slowed, then, very quietly, it found another way. Some of it flowed around the stick, some slipped underneath. A little spilled over the top. Eventually, the stream continued on its journey as though nothing had happened. The children watched in complete silence. The water had solved a problem without anyone helping it. It simply followed the easiest path. The elder arrived a few moments later and smiled softly. Nature rarely argues with obstacles. More often, it moves around them. The children removed the stick. The stream returned to its original shape almost immediately. Another simple experiment, another peaceful lesson. As they walked farther uphill, they noticed that the water became smaller and smaller until it was only a gentle trickle emerging from damp soil beneath thick grass. The little stream had a beginning. The great river had many beginnings. Tiny streams joined together, then larger streams, then rivers, everything connected. The children looked thoughtfully toward the distant valley where the wide river disappeared beyond the horizon. Perhaps every great thing begins as something very small. A river begins with drops of rain. A mighty tree begins with a tiny seed. A warm fire begins with a single spark. And knowledge begins with one quiet question. That evening beside the comforting fire, the children recreated the little stream using lines drawn in soft sand. They poured handfuls of dry seeds along the tiny channels they had made. The seeds followed the same winding paths they had seen the water take. Sometimes they became trapped behind little stones. Sometimes they found another way around. The younger children smiled with delight. The elder watched without speaking. There was no need. Nature had already given the lesson. Many thousands of years later, engineers would study rivers before building bridges. Scientists would map entire watersheds from high above the earth. Satellites would trace rivers across continents. Yet every great understanding of flowing water began with moments just like this: a quiet hillside, gentle rain, curious children, and the patient willingness to simply watch where the water wished to go. As darkness settled once again over the peaceful valley, the stars appeared one by one above the camp. The fire glowed warmly. The river whispered softly through the night. And somewhere within those quiet sounds, another small piece of humanity's endless story found its place. The quiet days of discovery continued, carried gently forward by the rhythm of nature. Morning sunlight warmed the valley. Evening shadows stretched peacefully across the grasslands. The moon faithfully returned, changing its gentle shape a little each night. Everything seemed to move according to an unseen rhythm. One clear afternoon, while gathering fruit beneath a group of ancient fig trees, one of the children noticed something unusual. The shadows beneath the trees were much shorter than they had been earlier that morning. The child stopped and looked around. A tall stick had been left standing upright in the soft earth near the camp. Its shadow stretched only a short distance now. Curious, the child remembered how long the shadow had looked shortly after sunrise. It had reached far across the grass. Now it barely reached the nearest stone. The child quietly waited slowly. Very slowly, the shadow began to lengthen once again. The change was almost impossible to notice from one moment to the next, but after many peaceful minutes it was clear. The shadow was moving, or perhaps something else was moving. The child called the others soon. Several curious eyes watched the same simple stick standing beneath the afternoon sun. No one spoke. The elder smiled with quiet satisfaction. The world itself had become their teacher. As evening approached, the shadow stretched farther and farther across the ground until it almost touched the fire circle. The sun slipped gently toward the western horizon. Golden light covered the valley. The air became cooler. Birds returned to their nests. Everything followed a dependable rhythm. That night, while sitting beside the glowing fire, the children placed several small stones along the path where the shadow had traveled during the day. Tomorrow, they decided, they would watch again. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight returned. Just as before, the shadow was long as the hours passed. It slowly became shorter, then longer once again. The pattern repeated exactly as it had the day before. Another observation, another pattern, another quiet certainty hidden within nature. Long before clocks divided the day into hours, long before sundials were carved from stone, humanity had already begun noticing that shadows could measure the passing of time. The sun spoke without words. Its language was light. Its handwriting was shadow. The children did not know they were watching the earliest beginnings of timekeeping. To them, it was simply another beautiful mystery. But history often begins that way. A simple question, a patient observation, a quiet repetition. As darkness gently settled over the camp, the familiar fire welcomed everyone home once again. Its warm light created dancing shadows that flickered across the ground. The children smiled as they compared them to the slow, steady shadow of the sun they had watched all day. One moved with restless energy, the other with calm certainty. Both had something to teach. Above them, the stars quietly emerged across the endless sky. Below them, another small piece of knowledge found its place in human memory, not written in books, not carved into stone, but carried carefully from one curious mind to another, beside the comforting warmth of an ancient campfire. Valley rested peacefully beneath another gentle sunrise. A thin layer of mist drifted above the river, softening the edges of trees and distant hills. The camp slowly came to life. The familiar fire glowed warmly, welcoming another ordinary day that, like every day before it, held the possibility of a small new discovery. The children gathered near the water after breakfast. The river was unusually calm. Its surface looked almost like polished stone, reflecting every cloud that wandered overhead. One little boy picked up a smooth pebble. He held it in his hand for a moment, feeling its cool weight. Then, with a gentle swing of his arm, he tossed it into the river. Plop! Tiny circles spread across the still water. They moved outward in every direction. The children leaned closer. The circles grew larger and larger until they finally disappeared. Another child tried, then another. Large stones created wide ripples. Small pebbles made delicate ones, no matter who threw them. The water always answered in the same quiet way. The elder watched from the nearby bank. There was no need to explain. Nature was offering another patient lesson. Every action leaves a trace, sometimes large, sometimes small, but rarely invisible. One curious girl gently touched the surface with only a single fingertip. Even that tiny movement created little waves that traveled far beyond her hand. She smiled softly. Something so small could affect water many times farther away. As the morning continued, a gentle breeze crossed the river. Tiny ripples formed without anyone touching the water at all. The children laughed. Now the wind was making circles too. Invisible things could shape the world just as surely as visible ones. That thought stayed quietly in their minds. Later that evening, seated around the comforting fire, the elder stirred the glowing embers with a long stick. Small sparks drifted upward. The children watched as the sparks spread outward, much like the ripples they had seen on the river. Different things, similar patterns. The world seemed to enjoy repeating its ideas in many different ways. Water made circles, smoke made spirals, leaves drifted in gentle curves, birds circled high above the valley. The moon crossed the heavens in a slow, dependable path. Patterns were everywhere. They only needed patient eyes to see them. Many thousands of years later, scientists would describe waves with elegant mathematics. They would study sound waves, ocean waves, light waves, and even invisible radio waves traveling through space. But long before those remarkable discoveries, children sitting beside an ancient river had already noticed one simple truth. Small actions can travel farther than we imagine. As the stars slowly filled the night sky, the family settled comfortably beside the warm glow of the fire. The river whispered softly through the darkness. The flames danced gently upward, and another quiet lesson became part of humanity's growing understanding of the beautiful world around them. One ripple, one spark, and one peaceful evening at a time. Another season arrived with gentle patience. The rains returned, just as they always had. Dark clouds gathered over the distant hills during the afternoon, bringing cool winds that carried the fresh scent of wet earth across the valley. The children looked toward the sky with quiet excitement. They had learned that rain often brought wonderful things. The river became fuller, wildflowers bloomed. The air felt fresh and clean. Soon, the first raindrops began to fall, soft, steady, gentle enough to make tiny circles wherever they touched the river. Everyone hurried toward the shelter of the great trees near the camp. No one feared the rain anymore. They simply respected it. As they waited together beneath the broad branches, a young child noticed something curious. The large leaves overhead stayed dry for a little while before the rain finally reached them. Tiny drops collected along the edges of each leaf. They grew larger and larger, then, plop, one drop fell to the ground. Another followed, then another. The child watched carefully. Every drop seemed to wait until it became heavy enough. Only then did it let go. The child reached out a hand beneath one leaf. A cool drop landed gently in the palm. Another followed a few moments later. The rhythm felt peaceful, almost musical. Nearby, another child noticed that the broad leaves kept the ground beneath them much drier than the open meadow. Small insects gathered underneath for shelter. Tiny birds tucked themselves safely between the branches. The tree had become a home not only for itself, but for many other living things. The elder smiled quietly. Nature was filled with kindness that often went unnoticed. As the rain slowly came to an end, sunlight broke through the clouds. Something wonderful appeared above the distant hills. A wide band of colors stretched gracefully across the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. The children stood in complete silence. They had seen rain before, they had seen sunlight before, but seeing both together created something magical. The rainbow seemed to connect one side of the valley to the other. One child tried walking toward it. Of course, it stayed just as distant as before. The elder chuckled softly. Some beautiful things are meant to be admired, not caught. That evening, around the warm fire, the children spoke quietly about the colorful bridge in the sky. They wondered where it came from, why it appeared only after rain, why it slowly faded away. There were no answers, only wonder. Many thousands of years later, people would discover that sunlight contains many colors and that tiny drops of water separate those colors into a rainbow. But on this peaceful evening, none of that mattered. The mystery itself was enough. The fire crackled gently. The stars slowly returned as the last clouds drifted away. The fresh scent of rain still lingered in the cool night air. And beneath the endless heavens, another generation carried home a quiet reminder that the world is full of breathtaking beauty, especially for those who take the time to stop, watch, and wonder. The peaceful valley continued its endless dance with the changing seasons. After the rain, everything seemed renewed. The grass stood taller. The leaves appeared brighter. The river moved with fresh energy, carrying water from distant hills toward lands no one in the camp had ever seen. The children noticed that after every rainfall, the world seemed to wake up again. New flowers appeared. Small insects returned. Birds became more active. Life was everywhere. One morning, while walking near the forest, a young girl discovered a tiny green shoot pushing through the soil. She stopped immediately. Only a small part of the plant was visible. Two delicate leaves reached toward the sunlight. The child carefully looked around. Nearby, she found a large tree towering above her. She looked back at the tiny plant. It was difficult to imagine that the enormous tree had once been something so small, a single beginning. A hidden possibility beneath the earth. She gently touched the soil around the little plant. It was soft and cool. Something had been happening beneath the ground long before anyone could see it. The elder joined her and looked at the tiny sprout. No words were needed. Some of nature's greatest transformations happen quietly, where no one is watching. Days passed. The child returned often. The little plant grew slowly. A few more leaves appeared. Its stem became stronger. It leaned toward the sun each morning. The child began to notice that plants were not simply sitting in one place. They were moving, not quickly, not like animals, but steadily, always reaching, always growing. That evening beside the fire, the children collected different seeds they had found during their walks. Some were large, some were tiny, some had hard shell, some were light enough to be carried away by the wind. They placed them beside one another, different shapes, different sizes, different designs, yet each held the possibility of becoming something alive. The elder watched the children carefully. Perhaps this was one of nature's most remarkable secrets. A small thing could contain the beginning of something much greater. A seed could become a tree, a spark could become a fire, a question could become knowledge. The children looked at the seeds beside the glowing embers. The fire and the seeds seemed strangely connected. Both began as something small. Both required care. Both needed the right conditions to grow. As the night became darker, the family rested beside the warm fire. Above them, the stars continued their endless journey. Below them, beneath the quiet earth, countless tiny seeds waited patiently for their own moment. Many thousands of years later, humans would study plants in detail. They would learn about cells, genetics, and the remarkable processes that allow life to grow. They would develop agriculture, cultivate crops, and transform the relationship between humanity and the natural world. But the first lesson began here. with someone noticing a tiny green leaf, with someone asking a simple question. How does something so small become something so large? And beneath the peaceful African sky, beside the ancient fire, humanity continued taking its earliest steps toward understanding life itself. The gentle story of curiosity continued beneath the endless sky. The small green plant that the child had discovered continued to grow beside the forest edge. Each day, it changed only a little. A new leaf appeared. A stem became slightly stronger. Roots reached deeper into the hidden earth. The changes were so slow that they were almost impossible to notice from one moment to the next. Yet when the child returned after many days, the difference was clear. The tiny plant was no longer tiny. It had become something new, a living reminder that time itself could create wonders. One afternoon, while walking near the river, the children noticed another quiet transformation. A large piece of fallen wood that had rested near the water for many seasons was beginning to disappear. At first, it had been strong and solid. Now its surface was soft. Small holes covered the bark. Tiny insects moved through the old wood. Moss grew across its surface. The children touched it gently. The same tree that once reached toward the sky was slowly returning to the earth. It felt strange. Something could grow. Something could change. Something could eventually disappear. Yet nothing was truly wasted. The old tree had become a home for small creatures. It had become part of the soil. It would help new plants grow. The elder smiled when the children shared what they had seen. Nature was always creating and transforming. Nothing existed alone, everything was connected. That evening, beside the warm glow of the fire, the children placed a fresh green branch beside an old piece of wood. The difference was remarkable. One was full of life and moisture. The other was dry and fragile. The fire touched them both. The fresh branch released steam and resisted the flames. The old wood burned easily, returning its stored energy as warmth and light. The children watched quietly. The same tree could have many different journeys. A living branch, a fallen branch, a piece of firewood, ash returning to the soil, a seed growing into another tree, a continuous cycle, a story without an ending. Many thousands of years later, scientists would study these cycles across the earth. They would discover how carbon moved through forests, oceans, soil, and the atmosphere. They would understand that life was part of a vast interconnected system. But the first lesson was much simpler. A child noticed a tree. A child noticed change. A child began to understand that the world was always moving, always becoming something new. As the night grew quiet, the family rested around the fire. The flames slowly became smaller. The glowing embers remained. The children watched the transformation. Wood became flame. Flame became warmth. Warmth became fatting light. Even the fire itself followed a cycle. The stars appeared above the camp. The river continued beside them. The wind moved gently through the grass. Everything was changing. Everything was connected. And in that peaceful moment, beneath the ancient African sky, humanity took another small step toward understanding one of the greatest truths of science. The universe is not a collection of separate things. It is a story where everything is quietly connected. The quiet journey of discovery continued beneath the endless rhythm of nature. The camp had now become a place where questions lived peacefully. No question was considered too small. No observation was considered unimportant. A tiny insect moving across the ground, a strange mark upon a stone, a change in the direction of the wind. Everything had the possibility of teaching something new. One calm morning, after the sun had risen above the distant hills, a group of children discovered a collection of small animal bones near the edge of the forest. They stopped immediately. The bones were clean and smooth, shaped by time and weather. The children carefully examined them. Some were long and thin. Some were short and strong. Some were curved. Each piece looked different. They wondered what creature each bone had once belonged to. The elder walked over and sat beside them. Instead of giving an answer, the elder encouraged them to look more closely. The children placed the bones beside one another. They compared their shapes. They noticed that some connected naturally together. Others did not. Slowly, they began imagining the animals that had once carried them. A powerful leg, a long tail, a small wing, a strong jaw. Their minds began rebuilding something that was no longer there. Another quiet skill was born. understanding the past through clues. That evening beside the fire, the children gathered stones, branches, and bones to create simple shapes. They were not perfect. They were only guesses, but guesses based on careful observation. The elder watched with pride. The ability to imagine what cannot be seen is one of humanity's greatest gifts. It allows people to explore distant places. It allows them to understand ancient times. It allows them to discover stories hidden inside the world. Many thousands of years later, scientists would study fossils buried deep within the earth. They would uncover creatures that lived millions of years before humans existed. They would learn how life changed across enormous stretches of time. But the first step was simple. Look at a clue, ask a question. Imagine a possibility, search for the truth. As the fire glowed softly that evening, the children looked at the stars above. The stars themselves were ancient. Some of the light reaching their eyes had begun its journey long before any person had ever looked upward. The universe was filled with hidden histories, stories waiting patiently to be discovered. The children did not know this. They simply felt wonder, and perhaps that feeling was enough. Because every explorer, every scientist, and every curious mind throughout history begins with the same emotion, a quiet feeling that there is more to discover. The fire crackled. The river whispered, the night breeze moved through the grass, and beneath the peaceful African sky, humanity continued learning how to read the invisible pages of the great story called nature. The peaceful nights continued to arrive one after another. The fire remained the center of the camp, glowing like a small golden heart beneath the endless sky. Around it, stories were shared, lessons were remembered. Questions were quietly carried from one generation to the next. The people had learned that knowledge was not something that belonged to only one person. It was something that grew when everyone contributed. One morning, after a night of strong winds, the children noticed that the landscape around the camp had changed. Leaves covered the ground. Small branches were scattered between the trees. Some tall grasses had bent almost completely flat. The wind had passed through during the night, leaving behind evidence of its journey. The children walked carefully through the area, studying every change. They noticed that some branches had fallen from trees with weak connections. Others remained attached despite the powerful wind. Some plants had bent and returned upright, others had broken. The children wondered why. Why did some things survive while others changed? The elder guided them towards several different plants growing beside one another. A thin grass stalk moved easily with every breeze. A thick branch barely moved at all. A flexible vine wrapped around a tree and remained secure. Each living thing had a different way of facing the wind. The lesson was simple. Strength did not always mean hardness. Sometimes strength meant flexibility. That evening beside the fire, the children experimented with different materials. A dry stick snapped when bent too far. A green branch curved and returned. A long piece of grass moved gently from side to side. The firelight danced across their curious faces as they discovered another hidden pattern of nature. Different materials responded differently to the same force. The wind did not choose favorites. It simply revealed what each thing was capable of. Many thousands of years later, humans would use this understanding to create stronger shelters, bridges, tools, and machines. Engineers would study flexible materials. Builders would learn how structures could move safely with natural forces. Scientists would explore the remarkable designs already present in nature. But the beginning was here. A windy night, a few fallen branches, and curious minds asking why. As the moon rose above the valley, the family rested beside the glowing embers. The wind had become gentle again. It moved through the grass with a soft whisper. The same force that had changed the landscape was now creating a peaceful song. Nature was never only powerful, it was also beautiful. The children closed their eyes. The fire continued its quiet glow. The stars watched silently from above. And another page in humanity's long journey of science was written, not with ink or stone, but with observation, patience, and wonder beneath the ancient sky. The gentle rhythm of discovery continued as the camp moved through another peaceful season. The mornings became slightly cooler. The evenings arrived a little sooner. The changing position of the sun reminded everyone that time was always moving, even when the days felt calm and familiar. One afternoon, while walking along the riverbank, a young child noticed something unusual among the stones. A small collection of shells rested far from the water. The child picked one up carefully. It was smooth and curved, with delicate patterns covering its surface. But there was something strange. The river was nearby. Yet these shells looked as though they had once belonged to a much larger body of water. The child looked around. There was no ocean in sight, no waves, no endless blue horizon, only grasslands, trees, and the quiet river. The mystery remained. The shell was carried back to the camp soon. Everyone gathered around it. The elder turned it slowly in careful hands. The marks upon it were beautiful. Tiny lines, gentle curves, a design created by nature itself. The children compared it with stones from the river. The stones were different. The shell had a pattern that seemed to tell a story. But what story? That evening beside the fire, the children imagined possibilities. Perhaps the water had once reached farther. Perhaps the land had changed. Perhaps the world itself was not always exactly as it appeared today. No answer was certain, but the question had been born, and questions are where discovery begins. The following days, the children searched for other clues. They noticed unusual rocks in the hills. They found places where water had clearly once flowed. They discovered that the earth carried memories, not memories like people have, but memories written into stone, soil, and living things. The elder explained nothing. Instead, the children learned a deeper lesson. The world has a history, a story that began long before any person was born. Many thousands of years later, scientists would study these clues carefully. They would examine fossils, rock layers, and ancient landscapes. They would discover that continents could move, that oceans could appear and disappear, that the earth had transformed through immense stretches of time. But the first step was much smaller. Someone noticed a shell. Someone wondered why it was there. Someone searched for an answer. As evening arrived, the familiar fire illuminated the curious faces gathered around it. The shell rested beside the glowing embers. The flames reflected softly across its smooth surface. It looked ordinary, yet it carried a story older than any human memory. The stars appeared overhead. The river continued its quiet journey. The wind moved gently through the grass. And beneath the endless African sky, humanity took another small step toward understanding that the earth itself was a storyteller. If only people learned how to listen. The earth continued telling its quiet stories. Every stone, every river, every living creature. Every movement of wind and water carried a message waiting to be noticed. The people of the ancient camp did not know the language of science. They did not have written symbols or instruments. But they had something just as important: curiosity. One peaceful morning, after the first light of dawn touched the valley, the children followed a line of tiny insects moving across the ground. A long trail stretched from beneath a fallen tree toward a patch of wild plants. The insects moved together, each one carrying a small piece of something: a leaf, a seed, a tiny fragment of food. The children sat quietly and watched. No insect appeared lost. No insect moved without purpose. Each followed the invisible path created by those before it. One child placed a small pebble gently beside the trail. The insects moved around it. The stone did not stop them. They simply changed direction and continued. The child placed another small branch across their path. Again, the insects adapted. They found another way. The children were amazed. Such tiny creatures could solve problems without anyone guiding them. The elder smiled. Life had many different forms of intelligence. Not every answer came from strength. Not every solution required size. Sometimes patience and cooperation achieved what force could not. That evening beside the fire, the children drew the insect's path in the soft earth. They created small lines representing the trail. Tiny stones became obstacles. Seeds became destinations. They moved the stones and watched how the path changed. A simple game, a simple model, yet another way of understanding the world. Many thousands of years later, humans would study insects through powerful microscopes. They would discover complex societies among ants and bees. They would learn how living things communicate, cooperate, and survive together. But the first lesson began with something very small. A child sitting quietly on the ground, watching, waiting. wondering. As darkness covered the valley, the campfire glowed brighter against the night. The insects around the camp continued their silent work. The stars above continued their endless movement. The river continued flowing toward distant lands. Everything had a place, everything had a role. The children slowly closed their eyes beside the warm fire. Their minds carried images of tiny creatures, winding paths, and hidden connections. They had learned another truth about nature. The world is filled with wonders both enormous and incredibly small. And sometimes, the smallest things teach the greatest lessons. The peaceful journey of discovery continued beneath the changing skies. The camp had grown older, yet the spirit of curiosity remained exactly the same. Every new generation inherited not only the fire, but also the habit of watching, the habit of wondering, the habit of asking questions. One morning, as the first sunlight touched the valley, a young boy noticed something unusual near the edge of the forest. A group of birds had gathered around a small patch of ground. They moved quickly, searching, picking up tiny pieces of seeds and insects. Then suddenly, all of them flew away at the same moment. The boy looked around. Nothing seemed different. The wind was calm. The sky was clear. The forest was quiet. Why had they left? He waited. A few moments later, he felt a soft vibration beneath his feet. The ground moved slightly, not enough to knock anything down, just enough to notice. The boy looked toward the hills, far away. A few loose stones rolled down a slope. The birds had sensed something before humans did. They had noticed the smallest changes in their environment. The boy stood silently, amazed. Animals experienced the world in ways humans could not always understand. Some could hear sounds too faint for human ears. Some could smell things too distant to detect. Some could sense movements too subtle to notice. Nature had created many different ways of understanding the world. That evening, beside the fire, the children discussed what had happened. They touched the ground. They listened carefully. They watched the animals nearby. They wondered what other hidden signals existed around them. The elder smiled. The world was much larger than what the eyes alone could see. There were invisible forces, quiet movements, hidden messages, all around them. Many thousands of years later, humans would create instruments that could detect earthquakes, measure tiny vibrations, and observe events far beyond normal senses. They would build machines that could hear the whispers of distant stars and study movements invisible to human perception. But the beginning was simple: a child noticing birds, a moment of curiosity, a question waiting for an answer. As night settled over the camp, the fire burned peacefully. The ground remained still. The stars shone above. The family rested beneath the endless sky. No one knew what secrets tomorrow would reveal. But everyone understood one important thing: the world was always communicating. Sometimes through light, sometimes through sound, sometimes through movement, and sometimes through signs so quiet that only the most patient observers could discover them. The ancient classroom of nature remained open, and humanity continued learning one peaceful moment at a time. The endless story of curiosity continued beneath another quiet sunrise. The camp awakened slowly. The fire breathed softly beneath its layer of ash. The river reflected the morning light. The birds began their daily songs. Everything returned to its familiar rhythm. Yet even the most familiar mornings could reveal something new. One day, while walking through the grasslands, the children noticed a strange pattern in the soil. A line of small holes crossed the ground. They followed the trail carefully. The holes continued beneath bushes, around stones, and between patches of grass. At first, they thought it might be the path of a small animal, but there were no footprints, no broken branches, only the tiny openings in the earth. Curiosity led them farther. Eventually, they discovered a small creature disappearing beneath the ground. It was building a hidden home. The children sat quietly and watched. The creature carried pieces of grass and soil. It moved carefully, slowly, patiently. A world existed beneath their feet that they had never seen before. The ground was not empty. It was alive. The children gently touched the soil. They imagined countless roots, insects, and tiny creatures moving through the darkness below. The earth had layers, hidden places, secret pathways. That evening beside the fire, the children dug a small, shallow hole near the camp. They examined different types of soil. Some areas were soft, Some were hard, some held moisture, some dried quickly beneath the evening air. They compared them carefully. The elder watched with a peaceful smile. The ground beneath their feet had always been there. But only now were they truly noticing it. Many thousands of years later, humans would study soil with remarkable detail. They would discover tiny organisms living within it. They would learn how soil supports forests, crops, and entire ecosystems. They would understand that healthy ground is one of Earth's most valuable treasures. But the beginning was simple: hands touching Earth, eyes noticing differences, a mind asking a quiet question: what is happening beneath us? As darkness covered the valley, the fire continued its gentle glow. The children rested beside the warmth, thinking about the hidden world below. Above them, the stars filled the sky. Below them, countless unseen lives continued their quiet work. The visible world was only part of the story. A much larger universe existed beyond what the eyes could immediately see. And humanity was just beginning to discover how deep that story truly went. The fire crackled softly. The river whispered in the distance. The night breeze moved through the grass. And beneath the ancient sky, another small chapter of scientific curiosity was peacefully written. The peaceful rhythm of the ancient world continued. The fire remained a familiar companion. The river continued its endless movement. The stars continued their silent journey across the night sky. And the people continued learning from the world around them. One morning, after a cool night filled with gentle winds, the children discovered something unusual near the camp. Several feathers had fallen from birds that had rested in the nearby trees. The feathers were scattered across the ground. Some were large and strong. Others were tiny and delicate. The children gathered them carefully. They noticed that every feather was different. Some had wide shapes. Some were narrow. Some felt soft like grass. Others felt stronger and more structured. One child held a feather in the sunlight. The tiny parts along its edges connected together perfectly. The child gently touched them. When separated, they could be joined again with careful movement. It seemed almost as though the feather had been designed with incredible attention. The children wondered why birds needed such different feathers. The elder pointed toward the sky. A bird flew above the camp. Its wings moved quickly at first. Then it became still, floating gracefully through the air. The children watched closely. The feathers moved together as one, a hidden harmony between shape and movement. That afternoon, the children experimented with their own simple designs. They tied feathers to small sticks. They placed leaves beside them. They compared which objects drifted farther when released from a height. The leaves spun. The sticks dropped quickly. The feathers floated gently again. Nature offered another quiet lesson: shape matters. Design matters. Small differences can create completely different results. That evening beside the fire, the children looked at the birds returning to their nests. The same sky that held clouds and stars also held creatures capable of moving through the air. The world was full of remarkable designs. Long before humans created machines that could fly, nature had already been exploring the sky for millions of years. Birds, insects, seeds carried by wind, all had their own ways of traveling through the air. Many thousands of years later, humans would study wings, airflow, and movement. They would create airplanes that crossed oceans and spacecraft that traveled beyond Earth's atmosphere. But the earliest inspiration may have come from moments exactly like this: a child watching a bird, a feather drifting through the air, a simple question: how does something rise and move through the sky? The fire glowed warmly as night settled over the camp. The children rested beside their families. Above them, birds slept quietly in the trees. The stars shone endlessly beyond them. The world was vast. The mysteries were countless. But humanity had learned something important. Every discovery begins with attention. Every invention begins with imagination. And every great journey begins with someone looking closely at the world and wondering what might be possible.